Okay, we're back with more Disco Elysium. Really enjoying this game. We're going to go pretty late today. My VOD cutoff for YouTube is 6 hours. If I go longer than 6 hours, it becomes difficult to edit if I need to edit it. So I don't know if we'll keep going past the 6 hour mark, but if we do, I'll have to just split the VOD. I just asked in chat, thank you, Yukapo, for your help. Last episode, I left a note to myself about whether I had access to a free room yet. It sounds like I've already paid for today, so I don't need to go and track it down in the next 14 in-game minutes. But I can avoid paying for a room tomorrow if I just kind of focus on finding where the room is. There's still quite a few buildings in this day 3 area that I haven't explored, so I'll try to work on that tomorrow. Yeah, me too. I'm really enjoying this game so far. I'm trying to think who I could chat to that would be a good use of my 14 minutes. I did mention plugging a point into empathy to attempt the assault check again. I might go do that if she's still out. Hardcore. Way hardcore.
Hello
It could be more hardcore, let's be honest. More like Contact Mike now.
The device is still warm from her touch and heavy as a brick from the batteries inside. The company logo, Omicron, adorns its yellow plastic cover. Inside, the tape is rolling. The girl looks at the device in your hands.
Sorry you have to see her on the ice feeling miserable.
She looks you in the eye, her pupils wide, surrounded by a ridiculous amount of makeup.
People who built this world intended it to be better for you, but they failed.
The wind howls. She remains silent. It's real. Tell her.
It's not a childish fantasy. It can be a real weapon against what's coming for you.
What is?
I'm once again reminded of how Contact Mike rose from the slums of Saint Baptiste. The real fight is for the right attitude.
I can't believe this turned into another mic thing. Fine. Okay, I'll stick to it. I'll knock it out in 3 rounds. So thanks,
Hey!
I guess.
No, she's talking about it too.
Session. Maybe I can return it. What's been eating you, officer?
It's been eating me.
Come on, I can tell. But, okay. Be a boyadero about it if you want to.
There is something that's been making my
What is
life
it?
hell. The plight of the working class.
Oh. Really?
The golem of capital runs rampant, smashing creator and slave alike.
Wow. Social justice really matters that much to you. That's commendable. It really had you shaken up there. Are you sure that's it, though?
Social justice is an adolescent term.
Yeah, man. They're pretty bad.
Makes me sick thinking about the thousands, millions, billions. How many people are there actually? How many people are there?
3.6 billion, not counting those in sale.
Really? That many? Reduces me to tears thinking of the 3.6 billion.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Are you sure you're not just hung up on some chick, though?
That's accurate, I think.
Perhaps.
Now that you mentioned it, I found these letters I'd thrown in the trash. They might have something to do with it.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
They were written in a woman's hand, and oh boy, did reading them make me not feel good. I think first I can say that safely.
Wow, man. That's pretty symbolic. Don't you think?
Chewing gum. Yes, I found it to be very symbolic too.
Okay. What else? There you have it then. Chick trouble. Not political after all. Who was she?
Don't
Really?
remember.
You seem to be pretty upset about this chica. Are you sure you don't remember anything about her?
Or her scent, and that's it.
Wow, man. That's some pretty strange shit. Are you sure the letters were for you?
How would I have reacted so strongly?
How come you don't remember, though? Is it like some selective memory thing?
What do you mean by that?
Man, when I get hurt, I just want to forget that shit, you know? That kind of selective memory.
You might have a point there.
Yeah. Or it might just be some psych bullshit, you know? Königstein wank.
What is this wank?
You know, the psych thing they've got going on there. Rich people like it. People in Königstein are mostly rich.
Thanks for the bullshit psych thing, then.
You're welcome. Might be for the best to keep that shit forgotten, though. Just my opinion. If it itches, don't scratch.
There's still a couple people down in the village that I can try talking to. Well, I'll probably get to pick one person. Hey, what would Contact Mike do? It warms my heart that she adopted it. Even just as, like, kind of in jest. Don't worry, I'll go all 3 rounds. Like... Washerwoman.
You're not sure about the melody, but it might
Heck
be
yeah.
South Samaran, possibly Sigayan, also known as the apricot sujunti.
I fucking live for these Wompty-Dumpty-Dum procs. Like, it gives me... I can feel the happy juice in my brain.
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataracts.
Lean forward.
Welcome, police officer. We don't cause any trouble around here. And we don't want any trouble either.
We are not here to cause any trouble, madame.
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan. Shows you got style.
We're cops. We're Hellraisers. We take care of
Oh.
trouble.
Of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But still, in Martinez, you're considered an ill omen.
I am an ill omen, alright.
No,
I've
not
been here
you
before?
personally.
Oh.
I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another, locked himself in that woodshed over there. He was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him and took him to think about what he'd done in a more secluded place, somewhere more quiet.
She says it as if he was on some
Hey.
kind of spiritual retreat.
Conceptualization proc. What kind of ill omen are we talking about?
Oh,
Hey,
the
hon.
usual. Dark tidings, black hound.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own
They are?
heels.
Let me check. Thanks for letting me know. How about now? I just hit refresh. I'm considered an ill omen. Why hasn't anyone told me that?
Maybe they are afraid, because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here, as long as men with guns aren't chasing you. And maybe even then, because that's the kind of fishing village we've built. I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor carriage, and not a lot of
Yeah,
houses.
sorry about parking the
or a
motor
lot of
carriage.
people. My kids are long gone, searching for treasure. So are others. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us?
Oh, this might be it. Where could someone stay around here?
Stay? Most people here are trying to leave. That said, if lodgings is what you're looking
Hey,
for, I've got a free room in the shop.
how much is
I
it?
won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM.
Just giving
No
it to
one
me?
is using it, and God knows it's not much anyway. You can stay there.
That's exciting. Not sure it's appropriate to accept free
Oh,
accommodations.
It's your choice. No skin off my teeth.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this, and don't let it make anyone feel self-conscious, and don't let it affect how you type. But Starting sentences in text with the word wait or I mean triggers me. It doesn't trigger me. It's like a weird pet peeve that I can't explain, and I have to power through it because it's not a rational thing at all. I just always assume some kind of like passive aggression or a weird tone whenever I see that prefix. And this game uses wait, comma as like a here's your indicator that if you select this text option, it's just going to give you more information and it's not going to like progress towards ending the conversation. But my eye always slightly twitches whenever I do it. So I don't know if it was worth sharing that, but it's a weird thing in my brain. I don't know if anyone else has like little text quirks with like the way people capitalize things. I know we've talked before about how like a lot of older folks use ellipses differently than millennials, where like whenever I read in a millennial or whenever I read an ellipsis, I read into it this like passive trailing off or like standoffishness that I don't think that older people do when they type an ellipsis. So that's another thing where I have to like interpret via context. Like, what does this person actually mean when they're using this? Anyway, wait. I mean, I do that a lot. No, don't think about it. It's fine. I know it's not actually what's going on. It's the same thing as the ellipsis thing. Why isn't anyone using the room?
My kids grew up and left like they do. The house is long empty now. I live in the small side attachment. It's easier and cheaper to keep warm.
So, yeah, language is interesting. You got yourself a tenant.
Don't make an old woman regret opening her house to the place.
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I'll know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room.
Oh, good. I'm glad he's not mad.
This environment encourages one thing, and one thing only. Drinking.
Finally, you have those lamos of matinees off your back, Bratan. This looks like a great place to bring chicks.
Thanks, Necktie. I found this jacket, but it's filthy. Could you wash it for me?
I can wash it for you, but it's going to take about a half an hour. Think you can stay put for that long?
Hell yeah.
Hell
I could
yeah.
use a breather. It's been another track and field day.
Yeah, I'll wait.
Well, hand it over then, and I'll see what I can do. Must say, I'm proud of this one. It's pretty nice underneath all that filth. I hope you take better care of it than its last owner.
Thanks, lady. Tell me about yourself. Who are you?
Me? No one. Just an old washerwoman. Mother called me Isabel, if that's what you're asking. And my married name is Sadie. Now it's your turn, Mr.
You can call me Tequila Sunset.
Quite a handle you got there. So many titles. One of them double.
I like this lady. I don't think there have been any NPCs that I like completely hate, other than, well, obviously like the racist guy sucks, but they even do a good job of making him obviously suck, you know?
Just us. It's barely a village anymore. We almost don't exist. This is pretty much a non-place. A gap. A blank spot on the map. Just a cluster of nameless shacks on a nameless street.
The place is so pornographically poor, it's not even funny.
This place is pornographically poor.
The lack of wealth is the one thing we've got in abundance.
Riddles. Fits with the general ambiance here.
Aye. Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost inside this nameless nothing.
I'm lost too.
Oh, it seems to be a common theme these days.
I think I'm in the process of finding myself
Isn't
again.
that what people always think when they are lost? Something I can do for you to find your way, officer?
Gotta be something here. Tell me.
Over there, you can find
Ooh, shivers
more
check, I
of the
think.
same. Shacks and trees growing wild. That's the pox.
Between here and Jamrock, a dusty sea of old trees, all covered in industrial soot. Small houses under them, an overgrown park.
An old military hospital and its surroundings. Or it used to be, during the time of the suzerain. After the war, It was turned into a goodwill hospital for shell-shock veterans and folks looking for some quiet in the old sanatorium gardens. Now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets and makeshift cinder block houses, shacks as far as the eye can see. The goodwill ran out. The staff left and the place was shut down. It's long gone by now.
Who else lives here?
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east, but they are away right now. And then there's the drunks. Not a pretty sight, but there's little we can do about it. Home is home, even for them.
Met Lillian and her daughter.
Lillian is tough. Tougher than the men here, at least. If it wasn't for her and the kids, this place wouldn't have a spark of life left. I'm sure you did. Nature keeps them in rotation. A new face pops up every now and an old one disappears and is forgotten. This is who we are.
Is there a way to make a little money here?
Here? For you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins the drunks tried hiding from their women and then forgot about.
Under carts, boats, in little boxes. It's not hard to find.
There's
She
another
nods,
topic.
rinsing another piece of cloth.
What's further down the coast?
Not much. There's the abandoned church, the DeLorean Church of Humanity. It's been there since before my time, even.
Why is it abandoned?
Some things just don't fly, officer. Look around. Who'd go to church here? They built it 300 years ago. Must have been nicer then.
So, they don't hold services there anymore? The Ecclesiastes?
No, we've tried, but things just keep happening. Crime, accidents, other things. The place never stays open. It's a pity. It used to be such a nice church.
She's not telling you all she knows. Keep her talking.
Get the feeling you're leaving stuff out. What else is going on?
Well,
Yeah,
there's
it's
that
so good.
music. Music from across the sea. Huh. It started a few days ago, and now it's blasting even through the night. And now, suspicious-looking people are sneaking around the church. I don't like that.
Those would be the dance music enthusiasts in their tent.
What else is on down coast?
Before you get to the church, there's some ruins, an apartment complex, or some kind of electrical plant. Run-down bunch of houses, empty.
Apartments or electrical
I
plants?
don't know exactly. A pre-war place. It used to be something. Before the war. I wasn't here then, you know. Was born in Samara.
Anything else of note?
Of note? The old fish market up on the boardwalk. But it's closed.
We want to come to a fish market
No
here.
one. That's why it's closed.
Of course.
It was once a bustling place, back when I was young, and so was everyone else. Now, what catch we do bring in goes straight into a lorry for the Delta or somewhere else.
Gotta be more along the coast.
What? You're one of those real estate people with big plans? If you want a development opportunity, you can check out the abandoned building over at Land's End. Used to be a supply depot, we think, sending goods and ammo across the bay. It's jammed shut though. We tried to get in, see if there was anything to sell or scavenge, but it's impossible.
Nothing is impossible, surely.
And now
Thanks,
you know
interfacing.
everything there is to know about this coast.
Wonder if that means I get a bonus to opening the door now. Goodbye, I'm off. I think I have his jacket now. Pink Van Eyck's Jam, harder core. Let me check the Fallen jacket here. Guess you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig.
'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen.
Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. Sweat like a pig. 'Cause you can have a full gear set of Fallen. S Pain threshold up. Yeah, because I've got the gloves, the hat, the windbreaker. I think there's shoes and maybe pants as well.
The door has seen better days. The layer of paint has started to peel off due to the salt and wind from the sea. Even the lock looks slightly rusted.
I'll be sleeping in my room in the whirling. We'll meet in front of the shack in the morning.
I guess that makes sense that he's leaving. Okay. I think I just saved before clicking this, because I still have more to do. Oh, this isn't so bad. Now I'm getting all of the skill checks.
A brisk coastal wind still howls against the window of the shack. Occasionally, the waves crawl in under the foundation, producing a low hum.
Listen.
The room feels muffled, like you pulled your hat over your ears. Outside, it is cold and windy, but you're inside, and it feels safe and warm.
I didn't leave myself any notes about things to do without Kim.
What is this place to you?
God, this game occasionally gives new voice actors to the skills for like a single line. My old home went
Westward, across the canal, towers the whirling in rags. Door number 1 on the second floor is locked. Behind it lies a trashed room. 1 floor below, behind a counter, stands an irritable man. In a small shack in the fishing village, a baroque heater hums quietly, emanating a sense of comforting warmth. A wash basin lies on the table, the water inside reflecting the somber face of the world. Far away, on the corner of Perdition and the Main, a nondescript building, obscured in a haze. It's vacant and lost, just like its tenant.
Thank you, strange sensation, for a fair assessment of the current situation.
Outside, the howl of the wind has picked up. The waves crash against the stilts again. It's as if you think the thought, but in someone else's voice.
Shivers is a cool skill.
Look under the floorboards.
What? How does one do that?
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see the reflection of your face in it, adorned with the expression.
Attempt to stop the expression from happening. Know the origin. Alright, double sixes, let's go, game. I might have electrochemistry gear. Let me take a look. Good. I remember what the hell I'm unequipping here. I look amazing. The power of electrochemistry, I guess.
The pockets of these new jeans are perfect for sticking your hand into. Makes you look cool, calm, and collected. As your hand
Oh, that's kinda
enters
cool.
the pocket, your
Check for
fingers brush
equipping a
against
specific
something
item.
Soft, yet crinkly.
I should need to equip everything.
It's a chewing gum wrapper. It reminds you of the fruity juice of apricots. You should inspect it closer if you have time. Something about the wrapper's texture is familiar.
I wonder if it's the wife.
By the way, the raw materials were most likely exported from Seaguy, the apricot suzerainty, and processed in sur-le-clay into the apricot-flavored chewing gum loved by kids of today and yesterday. Something about it is familiar, and not only to your fingers.
This. Look at this. Chewing gum wrapper.
There it is again. The scent of apricots with a touch of cinnamon. Smells like the end of some distant summer. The surface of another planet, or some ancient temple.
I love this game. Ancient Temple?
Yes, from the height of antiquity. A long, long time ago. Millennia ago. On an island of time. you can never return to.
End of summer.
The sun sets into the sea, but the water does not boil. Instead, it turns to liquid gold. For a moment, the world's store of precious metals seems to increase dramatically, and you are rich. There is a movement next to you, the shuffle of a small coat, warm like the evening. But when you turn toward it, there's nothing there.
Where'd it go?
Why are you talking to a gum wrapper?
Take a deep, deep breath.
Bitter, citrus, sweet. It seems to grow stronger, like a glow, with every breath you take. Whatever petrochemical byproducts they used to create this artificial flavor have bonded tightly to the wrapper. Or is that just your memory filling the gaps? Until a blossom of skin and flower petals erupts behind your closed eyes, made of toffee, cream, and distance. You just had to take a dive.
I'm gonna collapse again.
So familiar.
I think it's my wife. That was good timing on the putting the jeans on, because I don't think I would have remembered the gum thing if it didn't come up in the ESL conversation. Let me see what this new thought is really quick. I'm gonna have to dump something if I take it. Apricot chewing gum, scented one. Living in the past. About the trace of entity who's been stalking you across the plains. The Gloom Stalker. Connected to the dreaded X something. Use the Tutti Frutti gum wrapper. Reconstruct the day you first breathed in her untrustworthy atoms. Okay, so White Morning was one I was considering dumping. Let me read through each of these, though. I like the empathy boost from this one. Learning cap for perception raised to 5. Probably dump Lonesome Long Way Home. There's just a learning cap increase, and I'm not going to be taking drugs in this playthrough. That'll be my next playthrough that I do off stream, where I do all shivers and drugs. Max electrochemistry. Red check failures heal. Learning cap for pain threshold up. I'm going to keep this one for flavor reasons. Don't want to dump that guy. I don't want to dump this guy. I have to find out these gig posters before I drop this one. This would be a good one to drop, but this one's actually not that great XP, but I guess XP is XP. I love the, like, -1 visual calculus and authority. And shake from anger at how shit it all is. Can never drop these top two, they're so good. I'm still not clear, so we think Precarious World is glitched? Or maybe at least it works for the critical success, but not for the critical failure. I think we're going to forget White Morning. Thought will be lost forever. Let's try the electrochemistry thing again.
An old mirror hangs on the wall.
8%.
You see the reflection of your face in it. It's
Nope.
too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for you to cease producing it.
New jacket. +1 logic. Checkmate. Nice roomy pockets. Okay. Thought maybe I was going to get another thing for that. different pants that I had equipped, right? Don't want the moralist pants. Fuck that noise. What did I have equipped as my pants before? I actually don't remember now. Was it the yellow pants? It just says electrochemistry. It's weird that I would wear that, especially with that penalty. So I'll keep the jeans on. They both give electrochemistry, but my reaction speed's pretty decent. This is probably fine. I'm wearing this one for the shivers bonus. Just need to swap it off if I'm doing something authority-based.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Get rid of the mutton chops?
The water reflects back a vague image of your face. Nose bulbous and red, hair unkempt, wrinkles lining the eyes and forehead. The stash is gigantic.
And eye coordination. Love how easy it is to, like, fail to shave. I'll try it, why not?
On the table, you see a bowl of water. Like an artist with a
Hey.
brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly.
Hey, portrait update. I don't know if I like the new portrait. I think I preferred the sideburns.
They feel so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
Was shaving the right
The
call?
water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe. You almost look like a professional.
I can drop the expression, that would be nice. I like the way that those work, though. The expression for the portrait updates, whether you look in the mirror or not the first time. I did it the first time because I got warned by Inland Empire not to do it, and I didn't realize that, like, the checks weren't completely reliable. I want to look under the floorboards. Maybe that was just, like, to freak me out. I think I'm going to try heading back. Let me see if this fast travel thing will work. It's supposed to happen from this map screen, right? Oh, here we go. Now it says travel here. It's so weird that it doesn't always work. Suggestion. She's asleep, I think.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling-height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers.
-12. It's not time yet, still. think the minus 12 is a significant enough penalty that even if I unequip the stuff that affects my perception... Although the boots give you a perception boost, because they make you slightly taller. And all the glasses I've found are perception penalties.
Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height, nothing, as before, just black branches.
What's this weirdo cop doing now, huh? Window shopping?
I think he's trying to find dirt on us, in our box. It's what they do, Shanks. Did you know policemen are sometimes called pigs?
Wow, no. I hadn't heard that.
Yeah, because they like to sniff around in dirt.
He's just trying to sound clever. He has no idea what you're looking for, nor do you yourself.
That's fair. Gotta get that unnecessary additional +2 encyclopedia. Hey, look at all the people that are here now. Alright, let me give Gart his bird.
Can I help you?
What is this thing?
It's no biggie. Thought it would look nice on the wall.
What,
I'm that kind of
interior
cop.
decorating kind? You know, I'm sorry. This is actually
Aw.
a nice bird. A competent piece of taxidermy. I can fix it to the plaque and have a new bird in the establishment, I guess. So, I don't know. Thank you. I'm gonna go with thank you.
People just don't know how to accept gifts, especially taxidermy. He likes it.
No, why'd you stop reading, voice actor? He likes it. He likes the bird. It solves his broken bird problem.
You're already set for the night. Another thing. Great. I love that, yes?
So there's a ton of people to talk to here.
Hello, officer. Name's Gary. Boy, am I ever so grateful to you. But I'm not the only one who wants to thank you.
Makes him a crypto-fascist.
It's great to see you again, officer. My wife can't wait to thank you. Go on, talk to her.
Oh, sweetie, I don't even know how to thank you for finding my husband and helping him out. I hope we haven't been too much trouble for you.
I'm basically also a cryptozoologist now. Doing my job.
I want to give you a small token of my gratitude.
A new tie.
It's a tie. Mexican origin. The pin is an antique. Quite special.
The little silvery knob holding the tie together feels warm in your hand. It's in the shape of an avian skull with 8 eyes.
That's creepy.
You could ask her about this when you get the time. It's probably a cryptid, but the phasmid, of course, is more important.
You told me you've seen the phasmid.
Oh, you don't want to hear about some old woman's ramblings.
Ramblings? Nonsense. Your description of the phasmid is the most precise I've ever heard.
But darling, I didn't even get the size of it right.
You were a child, my dear. Really. It's extraordinary what you were able to describe. Now go on. Tell our friend about it. He's proven his interest in the field.
Well, it was summer. I was building a racing track out of sand on the beach near a tall stand of reeds. Quite a tall one. Many times my height, I remember. When, all of a sudden...
What was this and how old were you? It's fine. At least there aren't any that start with like,
I'm getting ahead of myself. I was 5.5 in Betancourt in the suburbs. My grandmother had a summer home there.
She'd just started forming memories. Real memories. Not the billowy haze of infanthood.
Not the billowy haze of infanthood.
Betancourt got bombed in the war. It used to be quite near, circa 20 kilometers from here.
I think I'm going to be able to buy just about everything from this encyclopedia thing. I wonder exactly how much money you can get out of the Wompty Dumpty Dom Center alone if you just fuck around until day 3 and save as many encyclopedia checks as you can in the first 2 areas.
The strangest moment of my life. I looked up and one of the reeds moved. Not like a plant, but like a living
This makes me wonder if there are other thoughts that generate real like that.
And looked at me. Its body unfolded like some antique toy. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't know this can happen, so I reached my arm and touched the thing. It felt just like a stalk of reed, but it moved, swaying, towering above me. After a while, 20 seconds, a minute maybe, it left, went into the reeds.
Did you follow it?
I tried, but I was only a child. There was mud and high water. I couldn't see it anymore. I was just standing there knee-deep in mud, looking around me.
Where did you go? Don't go.
Then what?
I ran back home to my grandmother and asked her if reeds could walk, and told her they were looking at me. Of course, she just laughed at me, but I knew what I'd seen. For years, it was a story I told at parties when I wanted to impress boys. That sort of thing. Of course, most people just took it as a strange, amusing anecdote. So did I, honestly. But then I met Morel.
We were on a date. Can you imagine? She tells me a story, and it's the most detailed report of the Insulindian phasmid I've ever heard. The sounds. She told me it hissed.
It did, yes. Like reeds in a gust of wind.
The way it moved, the colour, how some of its limbs were white, like marble. It matched perfectly with what I know from other accounts. It was amazing. If it weren't for Lena, I might have given up hope years ago. It's no exaggeration to say that she restored my faith in my profession.
Aw. He looks at her with admiration, forgetting a wide smile on his face. You're on a date?
Our first, yes.
His limbs are white?
Not all of them. There is some white coloration reported, along with beige, where the camouflage ends.
How big was it?
It's hard to say how big things are when you're quite small yourself. To me, it seemed to be taller than I was then, but that's probably not the case.
Maybe you imagined
How could
it?
she? Who imagines this? She didn't know about the phasmid. This is the main thing here, what makes it a confirmed sighting. She had no previous knowledge of the insect.
So she couldn't have made it up, or imagined it.
That's true, yes. I'm almost certain neither my mother nor my grandmother knew of it. It was only when I started telling my story as a teenager that boys would tell me, Lena, you trying to tell us you saw the Insulindian phasmid out there in those reeds? Get out of here. They just give me a cider and ruffle my hair and tell me to stop dreaming. But I saw it.
Thank you for sharing this with me.
You're welcome, sweetie. I do appreciate the chance to relive it whenever I get one. It was just such an impossibly sunshiny day. So warm.
And she could get up and walk right into the reeds on her own, into the mud, anywhere.
Another shot at the suggestion check. Let me see if I've got gear for it. Oh, interesting. 8-eyed Territorn tie, +1 Inland Empire, +1 Volition. Bolo tie. Very like Lovecraft. No, I've got penalties to suggestion. My thoughts and stuff. Aye, Captain. Let's try that.
Oh, hello,
I know,
sweetie.
right?
So nice to see you again.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Can you tell me about the cryptids you've studied?
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
Is this bird a cryptid?
No. It's the cryptid.
The cryptid?
Oh, yes. The 8-eyed Teratorn, the largest flying avian ever discovered, with a
That's fucking
wingspan of
huge.
11.5 meters. It was thought to have gone extinct 3,500 years ago. Some even doubted the fossils were real. A mutation, they said. Until...
Mutation? All of evolution is a mutation.
Until it was cited by
Oh man, this looks like a
explorer and
encyclopedia check.
Uwe Plattenkalk in 21.
The fact that I don't know that it is an encyclopedia check, I just know that it's a blue check, it makes it so much better. It's the feeling of opening a present.
This renown seems a bit dubious. Your own catalogue comes up completely empty.
Who needs
But,
drugs?
Of course, you are not all-knowing.
I'm high on the Wompty Dumpty Dom Center. I need to hear about this sighting.
It happened on a botanical expedition into the vast and unexplored Oamrau Canyon in southeast Ilmara. Dr. Plattenkalk got separated from his group during a sandstorm. The world's largest canyon system, sweetie. It's a barren waste east of the Erg Desert. An ancient riverbed completely dried up. Alone in the blasted desert heat, the doctor wandered eastward, where man hasn't stepped foot in over 1,000 years. Since the fall of Pericarnassus, he was lost, without any navigation equipment and desperately low on water. After a day or two, he noticed a bird high in the noon sky. A great black bird. It seemed gargantuan. Every now and then, the bird would dive down to feed on an animal carcass somewhere on the horizon. But by the time Uwe got there, the Teratorn had taken off already, and the carcass was picked clean. This happened many times.
He was following it?
Yes, or rather, hunting. A bird that big has a lot of blood in it, and he was dying of thirst. For many days, Dr. Plattenkalk followed the Teratorn until they reached a great canyon wall where the bird finally landed to rest. The professor climbed up there with a rock in his hand. He found the bird sleeping with his head tucked under its wing, a great black pile of feathers on the perch. So he approached, slowly squeezing the rock in his fist. Then the Teratorn suddenly looked at him. He could see it had 8 eyes, 4 on either side of its skull, like a spider. And the man couldn't move. He was paralyzed, frozen into place with the rock in his hand. Whatever he did, he could not get closer to the bird.
Why?
The bird was controlling his mind. It kept him from approaching. He could step back, but every time he stepped forward, paralysis. Uwe spent 3 days trying until the bird flew away.
How did he survive to tell the story? An 8-eyed mind-controlling bird. Fuck yes.
The 8-eyed Teratorn was indifferent to him, as long as he didn't get closer than 2 steps.
Kim isn't here, so
Let
I'll...
him feed on some carcasses up there, and the 2 unfertilized eggs it left behind. Absolutely, sweetie.
Aw.
Cryptozoologists have been tracing it ever since, but Wamrau is vast, mysterious, and holds many secrets.
Modern radar telemetry shows great promise. We will confirm this one by the end of the decade, latest.
Was the last anyone saw of it?
Sadly, yes. But there are numerous reports of 8-eyed bird skulls from Ilmara. And then there's the striking resemblance to the Pericarnassian imperial eagle, an ancient heraldic symbol that is hard to pass off as coincidence. The imperial eagle, too, had 8 eyes.
Not really. It's just stylization. The way they drew eyes. It's not a zoological drawing.
Very, very hard.
This one's very famous. Everyone knows it. People will be looking at that tie on you and thinking, that man is into cryptids. So, what else do you want to know?
What's the biggest cryptid?
That would be the giant of Kokonur. The
She says as if it's common
lives
knowledge.
in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara. casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
So, I guess it's not specific to this conversation, but I'm having my own, like, volition check triggering in my brain or some other skill check. Like, I haven't seen too much art out there that seems really focused on, like, contrasting light and dark, like, delightful stuff and miserable stuff. David Lynch is one of the only creators I can think of that's like his wheelhouse. That's what he does. He makes stuff that's like completely fucking miserable, and it exists so that when there are moments of levity, they hit you harder. Like, it's not like watching like a children's show where it's just completely saccharine and you don't buy it because it's upbeat all the time, right? Yeah, I know, right? And like it gives me frisson. Like I get tingles when positive things happen and nice things happen in a game like this, because it's done such a good job of convincing me that this is like a decrepit, collapsing, terrible, awful world, and I'm a collapsing, terrible, awful person, right? And like, I'm trying to think if I can think of another video game that has... Video games do character arcs pretty well, and a lot of the times it's kind of this more of like directed movie-like experience like you get from a Naughty Dog game. But I've never felt so control of my character arc in a video game before. Like I really felt like I was a complete loser at the beginning of this game, that the main character, Harry, is a loser. And I don't think that I've completely transformed yet, but like there's all these little tiny little effects in the conversations that you have and what Kim thinks of you and whether you succeed on a particularly difficult police-oriented check, that I really buy that this guy is like trying to turn over a new leaf after, getting this really bad blackout drunk period. Anyway, this game is really good. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to articulate all of my thoughts on how it makes me feel, but it's insanely well done. And it makes me reconsider why I think I hate visual novels. Because this game is effectively a visual novel. It's just really, 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 really well made. And maybe starting from like Planescape Torment as the scaffolding, as opposed to starting from, a typical visual novel as the scaffolding is what got us there. Anyway, I like it. To summarize, I like it. What do you mean by strange light?
Mirage or psychogenous luminance.
Yeah, that's true. Dark Souls does pull that off. Absolutely. Like stuff like a silly character or like Solaire works better because of how oppressive and miserable everything else is, right? Or like the Onion Knight. This game has a lot to say. It's extremely dense. Yeah, I agree. And I feel like it's cool because like this game happens to speak to me on virtually every level. Like I'm interested in every conversation. I never go somewhere and I'm just like yawning and bored. Like even the Joyce conversation, which was super long, I wanted to hear all of it. But I feel like it's got something for just about everybody, And how big is it?
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover almost a third of your field of vision.
But it also manages to feel like a game that was made for me. And I haven't had that feeling in a while. I think the Souls games have felt like that. And it's always shocking to me that not only do the Souls game feel like they're tailored for my taste, but also they're super popular and everybody likes them. Mass Effect felt like that for like hard sci-fi.
The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a Fata Morgana, others, fate unimaginable. That's what makes it so peculiar. A species surviving at the very limits of scientific law. The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Great. This is great shit. You need more. Gravity anomaly? Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
Cryobacter catlensis.
Cryobacter catlensis?
Yes, a unicellular bacterium that was discovered in one of the northernmost points of Kutla, on the Boreal Plateau by renowned geologist Caitlin Mijanou some 70 years ago. The bacterial colony Mijanou found had remained alive while frozen in ice for longer than anyone could reliably estimate. Certainly from before recorded history. Mijanou disappeared shortly after injecting herself with the bacteria she had brought back to study, no doubt in hopes of prolonging her own life.
Wait, I mean, she injected herself with it?
Yes, the bacteria had survived in the ice since times immemorial. It is not hard to see where she could have gotten the idea.
You mean there's an immortal geologist wandering the world?
Yes, and she's quite mad,
yes.
too. After she treated herself with the bacteria, she stopped aging, but also became increasingly eccentric and irascible, so that even her oldest friends were forced to pull away. We can assume that she has been living somewhere in the wilderness for decades now, all alone except for the Cryobacter catlensis coursing through her bloodstream.
What's the most dangerous
The
cryptid?
gnome of Jeroma.
The gnome? That sounds terrifying.
Oh, yes. None of its victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue. It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead, an ungainly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
Are there photos of it? This is some SCP shit.
Alas, no. And the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
Alas, always alas, and then it was gone. Isn't that overly convenient?
It was a perfectly good explanation. Stop being so skeptical. Seems convenient.
I understand your skepticism, but that's what happens with things that are rare and stand out. Their disappearance is most memorable, and they are least likely to be found again.
Any invisible
What an
cryptids?
interesting question. And the answer is yes, there are. The Col de Mama d'Aqua, or Thin Whisper of Sound. And that's precisely what it seems to be. Self-replicating sound waves, invisible and intangible. It's very afraid of us, which makes it incredibly difficult to track.
Col de Mama d'Aqua can also be translated as a whisper light and low.
Whisper light and low.
Yes, that's another translation. They're both quite lovely, aren't they? Although the low part is a little ironic. The Col de Mama d'Aqua makes, or rather is, such a high-pitched sound that other animals, including humans, can't hear it. It could be everywhere all of the time, and we wouldn't know.
How can an animal be a
Many
sound?
scientists have asked the same question. Some have claimed that it isn't itself a sound, but a tiny corpuscle that emits sound waves. But there's no evidence to support this theory.
Could it be here? Look around. Right now?
It could be. As I said, it could be everywhere. And we wouldn't know any better. It could be ringing all the days of our lives and nights.
What evidence is there?
Plenty. It's the evidence that led to its discovery. In the 1920s, a group of Areopagite ornithologists, that is, scientists who study birds, were trying out a new recording
All right,
technology.
Lena, I like you. You're nice. But don't predefine a term because it might be an encyclopedia check.
When playing back recordings they had made in the foothills of the Ea mountain range, they noticed certain anomalies, patterns that seemed random at first, but on closer examination were consistent with the waveforms of songbirds.
Just nod eagerly.
The scientists soon discovered they could track and even predict what appeared to be feeding, mating, and migration patterns based on sound waves in a strictly
Wait, don't tell me.
delimited range of ultrasonic frequencies, even higher than those of the highest-pitched bat calls. They realized that they had discovered a new species and called it the Coldamamadaqua, after the Paracanassian name for the voice of God, which is said to be very silent.
Nice. Wow.
They grew quite obsessed with these little birds. Even though they couldn't see them, they could distinguish among individual birds and even began to name some of them.
Name them?
Sequester, Time, Joscan. Those are but some of the Mamadaqua they followed individually.
Why is the Mamadaqua so afraid of
That
us?
is a sad story. A group of university students assisting with the field work in their enthusiasm for the project, and no doubt because they were preoccupied with impressing their professors, nearly drove it to extinction.
Extinction?
They tried to communicate with it and had no other means but sound. So they started sending out sound waves at frequencies they thought might match the Mamadaquas. And what happens when a sound wave meets another sound wave of the same frequency, dear? Psst.
They cancel each other out.
They cancel each other out. Thank you, Encyclopedia. I like the psst.
Exactly. And these tests were performed so recklessly that when they happened upon the right frequency, well, they wiped out most of the population.
Great regret washes over her. A wending cloth.
After that, the corpuscle appears to have migrated elsewhere. There have been recordings of anomalies similar to those spotted in Ea, but they've been few and far between. It's impossible to confirm the presence of any stable Coldamamadaqua population anywhere.
Just satisfying name.
What about what? Of course, dear. Of course, dear. Is there? Of course, dear.
Thanks, Lena. Now I can get rid of this glitched pop-up, which has been slightly killing me. Okay. Whenever I change equipment, I gotta remember to go in there and move stuff.
Hey,
That was nice.
Was there something you needed?
Well, well. Bringing him that new bird sure made a difference in his attitude.
Another thing. Great. Yes?
Ha ha! Nothing like the gratitude of a good woman. Now then, what can I do for you?
He tries to play it cool, remain professorial, but inside, this man is itching for some news on those traps.
I checked all the traps.
Okay. And?
One of them was empty.
Completely empty?
Nothing in the trap. No locusts, no phasmid.
No locusts? No phasmid either?
That's not ideal, but...
The empty trap was the one at your campsite.
I definitely left that one stocked.
Right from the campsite? Just means the Insulindian phasmid is even more clever than we thought.
She's engaging in a well-known self-deception called motivated reasoning. You should correct.
You should correct them. Oh man, I know some people that are powered by the rhetoric as their signature skill.
Yes, the Phantasmadeia picked off the locust and escaped. This is good news, though we'll have to reconsider the design of the traps, make them more secure.
Another trip to the reeds.
I'm gonna be a dick, I guess. I've entertained them quite a bit here.
I appreciate your concern, officer, but please leave this to the experts. Unless you have an alternative hypothesis you'd like to venture. Actually, no. Excuse me for getting emotional. This is a big deal for us. You've helped us twice now, and brought some great news too. My gratitude, and the gratitude of the Société Cryptozoologique, de Ravachol is yours.
Heartfelt gratitude. But does it feel like closure? What really happened? Some kind of foul play might be afoot. Theft?
Salted morale, 97%.
Consider the way the empty trap.
Of course, I got a 6 and a 5 on that check.
Shaken. Most likely the hands of a young person. Hands small enough to fit inside the trap, too. You should ask the red-headed boy, Kuno.
Oh, shit. Kuno's never going to talk to me again.
A little hooligan. But what would a child want with bugs?
Oh, my dear Morel. You've been an old man for too long. Kids love to torment insects almost as much as they love to torment old folks.
Should have kept that save.
Oh, you've been such a dear to us. Please, let us know whatever you turn up. I have a feeling we're getting so close.
Well, I see you've got all the help you need. I'll see you tonight at my place. Let's play suzerainty, but no more field trips for me.
He hasn't been particularly forthcoming before. He may well still be hiding something. After he's left, it's too late.
Really, Gary? We're getting somewhere here. I'd love to play suzerainty, but...
Lena, I'm sorry, but you're not getting anywhere. It was some kids. I know the little mutants around here. Leave anything out in the open and they'll steal it. Even if it's bugs. Morale, it's been fun. Really. But I need a bath and I have deliveries to handle. When this tea is done, I gotta run.
No need to apologise, Geary. You'd be more than helpful. We'll have to take a rain check on that game of suzerainty today, though.
All three of them pronounce that word differently.
I've just always liked animals and puzzles. Searching for cryptids is a bit of both.
Why not just be a zoologist?
Real. I know you think one is a respectable profession, while the other is superstition. Everyone does.
Being a cryptozoologist trumps most of the garbage I've seen people do.
My methods do not differ from other scientists. I simply draw upon a wider variety of evidence. And I have more hope that something truly surprising might happen. No, as I said, I have yet to catch a cryptid, although I have come close. Close enough to keep trying.
What evidence do you use?
Everything from forgotten regional lore to newspaper accounts, like the one that brought us here, to look for the phasmid. I keep a very open mind.
He's interested in things that people believe that scientists don't.
Other scientists don't listen to ordinary people.
Most establishment scientists only care about reputation and remuneration, not real research. And certainly not the truth. They're a cowardly lot, and both the field and basement archives can be dangerous places.
Never discovered a cryptid?
No. Very few cryptids are ever discovered, and not for a lack of trying. To stay hidden is a cryptid's primary quality. It's even in the name.
So how many have been found?
Of the list of cryptids kept by the Cryptozoological Society of Chemnee, which is 4,082 items long. About 2,000 have been confirmed as hoaxes. 2 are categorized as confirmed discoveries. The rest are in differing stages of discovery, refutation, and data collection.
2 have been proven?
Yes. The Chateau Quan forest pygmy, who turned out to be an extinct species of primate, and a cave salamander from Yugograd, who is, honestly, quite unremarkable. It's in a zoo somewhere. We cryptozoologists are brutally honest with ourselves. More so even than the public. With cryptids, most cryptids are hoaxes or they are never found. That does not mean we should stop searching.
Then the Insulindian phasmid will be the third.
Indeed. If our expedition
decided to be nice to
successful,
them.
every paper in the world will report on it. From
They're harmless
Ravachol
nerds.
to Dushantu. It will be a zoological miracle.
The hair on your arms stand up. Electricity. Sounds like reeds hissing. He has clearly done his math on this. There is no surprising him or swaying his opinion.
Yes? All right.
Let's talk about specific
What
cryptids.
precisely? I usually discuss these things with specialists, so I don't know what.
We would have to discuss. He wants to say, but decides against it. Since you've offered to help, you need to ask him about specific cryptids. Cryptids you've heard about from Lena or his friend Gary. He won't just talk.
I'm going to come back to that because I want to talk to Gary before.
By all means. Okay. A willow person.
Oh, shoot.
It's a long story.
The one you almost caught.
One non-specialists would find rather dull.
Willow people? Not at all.
What are willow people?
They're not people, really. Some
I don't know if Gary's actually going to leave
animals.
based on time or if it's if I leave the
They seem to have
room.
evolved directly from trees.
He says it in a self-explanatory, everyday manner.
Very thin, almost flat in fact, and can camouflage themselves easily, wrapping themselves around trees and blending in with the tree bark. In that way, they're not too dissimilar from the phasmid we're looking for here.
Wait, so I may have seen these willow people without knowing
You
it?
probably have. Gary and I painted an entire grove's worth of trees in slow-drying paint. It was a bright lavender colour. I was hoping one of the willow people would get paint on it and not be able to camouflage itself.
Smart
After
idea.
waiting in hiding for hours, I saw a figure slip from one of the trees, a lavender shadow, dashing through the grove. I chased it with a net. Not very elegant. You can't be elegant in the field. And, well, it was faster than me.
Lavender
Although it
shadow?
sounds like we were snacking on funny mushrooms. But I did see motion and colour. Mine is not a confirmed sighting of a cryptid, however. Much goes into verifying these things, and my account comes short of a few standards.
He makes it a real point here to sound falsifiable.
And Lena's sighting, is that falsifiable?
Confirmed.
Confirmed.
It's 100% verified and meets all the standards of an authentic cryptid sighting.
The woman nods thoughtfully, while her hands smooth over the plaid covering her knees. There is some uncertainty in that motion, no? Smoothing the fabric like that, as if looking for some kind of confirmation.
Perfect check for drama to comment on. Okay, hold on. Talk to Gary.
I really owe you one for getting us out of those reeds, officer. Finally got all that soot out of my hair. Name's Gary.
A lover of the great outdoors?
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Degenerates, huh?
This man respects authority too much to see you for what you are. Pretend thou art a sober man.
I am a by-the-books, clean as a whistle, teetotaling officer. I'm not even tempted to touch intoxicants.
I've been tempted on occasion, but someone has to stay strong for Revacol.
Revachol. Dude. Is this your mug?
My mug? Why would you think that?
You can see you recognize it. It's in your eyes.
I may have had a similar looking mug in the past. That's all.
Did I mention the mug was found at the scene of a lynching?
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel.
So
I know I shouldn't have, and I am very sorry, officer.
I don't know if there was another clue that would have told me that Gary was the guy in that house, but that's interesting.
You're not going to find me, are you?
I feel like I should find him. But I have enough money. But Kim's not here. Oh, sure, Yukubo. Yeah, go ahead. Thanks for asking. He is a racist, though. I don't think he'd be able to afford the 250. Let's see if this gives me a better chance of getting information. I guess I'm betting if I find him, that whatever skill check is associated with him will get a penalty.
Ooh. Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again.
Oh, interesting. Could have been racist toward Kim.
I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
How'd you get into the trash container?
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services. CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
Why would you need to get into everyone's
so
trash?
I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff. Garbage disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Bohemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Did you put the clothes of the murder victim in the trash container?
Please, let me explain. It's not like that.
Do.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Yes, yes.
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the Whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly. Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well...
He changes his mind mid-sentence.
There and the clothes, too.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads, against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before. But where?
Interesting. What's that strange sound?
What sound?
The clicking I heard when you moved. Don't mess with me, you know what I'm talking about.
I haven't the slightest. There's lots of weird sounds in a bar like this, though. Pinball, glasses clinking. Could be someone playing pinball.
Maybe it was pinball.
What? Really? There's lots of weird...
Maybe it was pinball.
Wouldn't know anything about the victim's missing armor, would you?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor.
This guy sucks.
But I don't know anything about it.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
I hope I could help your investigation, in my small way.
Does this mean you were in his apartment?
Thinking sound, thinking about the armor.
Colonial mug collection. Perhaps it would be interesting to tell him.
Get my composure buff here. I think I have stuff that gives composure, right? Makes sense. The 90s windbreaker is going to make it easier to do this check.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The lack of magnesium has you slouched.
There's a lack of magnesium in me?
Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of magnesium in your bloodstream.
Need to mag it sideways?
Mag it sideways? What are you talking about? You need to mag it up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is insane amounts of magnesium.
From a magnesium-based life form?
Yes. If you want to live, you need to evolve. You need
I think
to
magnesium is the morale healing thing, right?
Go to the apothecary and buy insane amounts of magnesium. It will reverse the damage to your circulatory system.
I want to know what that is. Oh, man. Especially if it's I can just burn the magnesium because I don't need it. -1 shivers. Human beings are carbon-based organisms, fusing little carbon tubes together to form complex, mushy structures, capable of thought, love, and locomotion. Some people say magnesium doesn't do anything, and you just need to quit. What do we tell them?
Very generous of you to help us out, officer. I'm sure glad to be back from that little excursion.
Nope.
Is he? He's looking comfortable enough. Maybe it was just beads. Sounded like beads. But what kind of beads might a man like Gary be hiding beneath his clothes?
You sporting some anal beads? Those prayer
I don't
beads?
pray, officer. Faith in non-existent helpers is a sign of weakness. Not for proper Revicolian men such as ourselves.
I'm going to spend a point on composure.
Always a pleasure to see an officer of the law.
That shirt
There we go,
looks
nice.
very uncomfortable.
Oh, critical success. Bummer.
Look at the buttons, barely keeping that thing
I mean,
together,
not bummer. It's
as
not going to
if
affect
something
future
is
roles.
ready to rip out from underneath.
If you're a proper Revicolian, Gary, you would know how the name is pronounced. Something worn underneath it?
Yes, like a piece of ceramic
clever.
armor, for example. One that makes a clicking sound when the plates meet each other, resembling pearls or marbles, stolen from the corpse in the yard near where he lives.
I see you're a connoisseur of high-quality combat gear.
I knew you'd figure it out, officer. I'm sorry I didn't tell you at once. I was ashamed of what I did. And I didn't want you to know.
We're not detecting falsehood, sire. He's gearing up to admit the truth. This shame is surprisingly sincere.
Gary, what's going on?
I took the hanged man's cuirass. I didn't mean to.
I didn't mean to.
God damn it, Gary.
I know.
Shame on you. Give the cuirass to the officer at once. Gary didn't mean to interfere with your investigation, officers. He's just thick-headed and poor as dirt. But he's always helped us, given us a place to stay. And he's followed Morel into God knows what jungles.
He's a loyal friend.
Why'd you really put those clothes in the trash?
Everyone was picking those pieces off him, and I was watching them do it. And they'd scattered his clothes all over the yard. Everything was smelly.
Little beyond the noopsie, yeah.
So I went there to take out the
Especially
trash
really
and started
expensive
cleaning up.
ceramic armor.
All those rags on the ground, him swinging up there, and I had a lapse of honor, sir. I thought, he's a foreigner. They all say he wasn't from here.
Do you not understand that doesn't make you sound better?
Only the cuirass was left, so I stripped it off him. It was early in the morning. No one saw me. I took it with me. It was a mistake. Had I known it'd give you guys trouble, I wouldn't have... Fuck.
This guy's the worst. Why did you lie to me,
Because
Gary?
I was weak. I should have told you the moment I saw you, but...
He's a scaredy cat.
Do you know who killed the hangman?
I always thought it was the Union. Some Union hardasses. Lynched him because of the strike. But almost everyone in town knows that. I wish I could tell you more.
This is all he knows.
Give me that armor.
He sighs again, hangs his head, and unbuttons his shirt fully. A cuirass that matches the dead man's boots comes into view. Soon it is in your hands, smelling of his sweat, but so light to hold, like a bag of cotton.
A bag of cotton. Are we done here, Gary?
Absolutely. I will never do anything like this again.
You know anything about the man behind the
I
bowling
told
rags?
you everything. I just took the cuirass, that's all. I promise. I don't know anything else.
'Tis true, sire. This man simply did not know what he was getting caught up in.
You a cryptozoologist too?
No. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
You live nearby, in an apartment?
Sure do, officer.
Well, I gotta take an opportunity to apologize.
What?
I had to, for Mr. Clare. I'm a bad cop.
So you work for Everard Clare? Officer, please tell him we're good. No, tell him I'll make it up to him. What have I done?
I'm glad Kim's not here for
He'll
this.
send the muscle after me.
As he lowers his tone, he hunches his back.
Try not to shit yourself, Gary. It's just an open door. Nod grimly. Guessing this would be another check to see the armor. Nod grimly. Let's do that.
Of course. I won't do it again. If there's anything I can do to assist you, or the Union, just ask, okay? I'll try to help if I can.
Wish you could get XP for saying sorry. I think I've said this before. It's under your coat. Oh, that's cool. Pain threshold, volition, empathy, -1 empathy, mania of invulnerability. Incredible. Missing insects. I don't know if it's gonna let me ask Kuno. I may have completely fucked up Kuno. So he will not talk to me anymore. We'll see, I guess. So I probably don't want to have this thing on all the time. Pain threshold and volition. Might want it in specific cases. Other than my weird ceramic gloves that kind of actually look like a person now. I guess the tie is kind of ridiculous looking too. Tuple vision. This is strictly better than the crazy tie. Although I'm going to lose the crazy tie dialogue. That's okay, I feel like I've gotten enough of it so far.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Oh yeah.
Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Forgot, this was also a composure check. It was this guy.
Hi again, Gendarme.
Could he be a member of the homosexual underground?
Let me change my clothes.
Just pointing it out. We're not talking about some kind of cult with members here. You made it up.
Are you? Are you part of the homosexual underground?
The homosexual underground? Why, yes, I am, officer. Why? Do you want to investigate?
I don't know whether you were
Well,
one of them.
I am one of them. One of the Sub Rosa pleasure group, congregating in cellars under the cover of night. Saturday night. Sometimes even Friday night.
What about Thursday night?
Or Thursday night. Sometimes the congregating doesn't even end. It carries on into our daily life.
Why do you confuse me? What do you do?
We're ambitious. We want to destroy the last vestiges of meaning, the last things people in Rebishol have to hold on to, the true symbols of security, the meaning of man and woman, mother and father, their marriage.
The gay agenda. That's great.
Everything will be constantly shifting and moving under our rule. The future will belong to a circus of identities just spinning around, surreal and unreal. You won't even know who you are anymore.
Does it have anything to do with disco?
Yes, we listen to a lot of disco. Some say we engineered disco to spread our vision of a vertiginous, ever-changing society, where all there is a razzle-dazzle of gold.
This is fucking amazing.
We are going to change the family unit with all this razzmatazz and finger dancing. And with mysteries. Of course, the mysteries are also of sexual nature. Very esoteric.
That much fun should be legal. I do like disco. Maybe I should get into it.
You can't just get into it. You have to be born into it. One is either already in the homosexual movement or forever excluded from it.
What if I can't remember? What if I can't remember anything aside from the fact that I like disco?
Beautiful. beautiful. That's exactly what we're looking for. Who knows, maybe you were homosexual in the past. Maybe all of that has been repressed. I have to say that you do look like someone who might be part of the underground. You have that very distinctive, I can't understand what's going on here look.
This is going to be like a 20-hour mind project for me. 20 hours at least.
Absolutely wonderful.
Oh, it's a thought.
A man like you can figure out his sexuality in a working day.
A working day.
It won't be 20 hours, unless you want to enter the heightened realms of the phantasme erotique afterwards. It may be 20 hours, or more, but that would be on your own time.
Fucking great.
Bye-bye, gendarme.
I love it. Temporary research bonus, none. 8 hours. Shadowy call, exchanging looks. Is that a secret handshake? What's going on? Who are these secretive people? How will they accomplish their sinister and world-altering goals? Are you one of them? You could be. Maybe you forgot. Yeah, I gotta pick something. I guess I should do it now if I'm gonna do it. Hold on. Still haven't found all these Van Eyck posters. Hold on. I know this is a little cheesy, but I want to know if, like, once they're revealed, they stay revealed, or if they are unrevealed once I drop the thought, or if that's just a flavorful comment. Nobody knows, apparently. The posters are basically just counts. Hold on. I feel like they would all have to be outdoors anyway. Hey, thanks for having on. Try to pop outside and run around so it doesn't take time to walk, right? I still have to talk more to Morel.
Was that? Could it be the Col de Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your ear.
Is it? Is there a ringing?
There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear.
Yeah.
Lena
Col de
also
Mama
said
Dakwa.
that it couldn't be heard by any other animal, including humans. What you're hearing must just be a regular bird.
Listen closely.
There it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species. Yeah, but how are you going to catch it? It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe, it will come toward you. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder.
Hold very still and hope the bird comes to perch on your shoulder.
Oh no. The sound. It's moving away. Somewhere over there. Go after it. No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing anymore. Just the sound of the streets.
Leave like everything else.
Keep your ears peeled, then.
No.
If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again.
It's neutrinos. Candria smile. Okay, I think I can safely forget Lonesome Long Way Home without having to think about it too much. Let's do that one, and then let's do... Can't drop the +3 shivers. This one's interesting, but we're not clear if it actually works And I guess the number of times where I would roll a 5-6 and not succeed anyway would be pretty small. So I guess I'll drop Precarious World. You gotta throw out things like where you live for thoughts about imaginary birds. I know, right? I went from not getting thoughts for a long time to getting a lot of them back to back. Okay, well, that's freed up my slots here. Van Eyck, totally transcendent. Hardcore. Oh, Kuno's outside. I realized he didn't go to sleep. You're dead to him, so I cannot ask him about it. That's unfortunate. Fucked it up. That was even with the legendary check. My boots back. So you do this like legendary empathy check, and he reveals that Kuno S is actually like a crazy person, like she like murdered somebody. And you're talking to him, and you get 3 dialogue options, and it warns you that you get 2 chances to not fuck it up. But it made it sound like I needed to like show him that I had authority, and so I picked one that was like acting like an adult and him as a child, and he hated that, and he was like, "You're dead to me, I'm never talking to you again." I reloaded it to see what would happen in the other case, just because it seemed like it was a big deal, and I was under the impression that the only thing I was missing out on was that he would sell me drugs. But I guess it ties into a quest as well. Oh no, I forgot to talk to Morel. Didn't think he was gonna leave. It's pretty far back, isn't it? Yeah, that's fine. I'm sure I'll get another chance. The time to say fuck it and do karaoke? Yeah, I think so. I think it warned me that Gary might be gone forever, but I didn't get any warning about them leaving forever, so I'm sure I'll get another chance. Drama. +1 drama. +2 drama. Oh god, yes, this is the perfect karaoke outfit right here. Never has there been a better karaoke outfit. This feels right. You belong here.
The stage is all set up. You feel a little dizzy.
So, are you ready for your thing now?
Oh, I got a +1 for Arno van Eyck.
Karaoke carousel.
Insane Silk Dragon.
The air is thick with anticipation. Someone dims the lights as the music starts. Okay, here we go.
I would often go there, to the tiny church there, the smallest church in San.
Spoken word.
Though it once was larger. How the realm may rest there.
I like how this confirms that that is his voice with the corpse earlier and the lizard brain.
The mist there. Toward the Seven Sisters. Toward those pale cliffs there. I would often stay there.
If you fail it,
tiny yard there. I have been so glad here. Looking forward to the past here. But now, you are all alone. None of this matters. No, none of this matters at all.
Nicely done. That was cool. Ancient reptilian brain.
A lazy applause fills the room. You feel your hand shake as awareness of your body returns to you.
I want to dedicate this song to whoever wrote me that fucking letter. I still love you. I should have totally dedicated it to Kim. The pale nothing that will devour the world. Please don't fire me. So I guess you get different things based on who's in the room when you do this. I guess since Kim isn't here, I'm just gonna do it to Gart. Ah, it's too bad. Dedicate it to Gart then, since he's here.
Yes, well, I'm just doing my job, that's all. But, are you done now? Can I unplug the microphone? I'd like to unplug the microphone.
Evening will come. We will sow the white sail. Workers of the world, unite! That isn't to give me XP, right? It didn't count! No! Should have done the leave enigmatically one.
Ah, smallest church in Saint-Saëns, right?
Fucking rock that shit.
Cool. Now, what can I do for you?
He really does sound like he thinks it's a little cool. It's great.
I see you found yourself a little something from my wardrobe. Not bad. Not bad at all. What brings you here?
About
You
this
can keep it.
robe.
I don't mind. I can appreciate beauty when I see it.
I took it to blend in. I'm undercover,
Blend
you
in
see.
where? At Carnival. Bye-bye, gendarme.
I'll have to watch it on YouTube later. It's funny, though. I'm sad Kim wasn't here, but... it happens. Still can't look out the window.
You see a heavy steel door with...
something you can do with that. Talk to everyone over here. You get the same amount of XP if you fail it. Still can't go in here, right?
The door is closed. Still nothing. This door can only be opened with a...
There's a bunch of inspectables in there, like... was I supposed to get a roll earlier to be able to go in there, or will I ever be able to go in there? Alright, this one I might be able to open. Can't yet. So it doesn't work for doors, right?
The window stands broken in its frame.
No, neither. Okay. But I'd check.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. You see yourself, the expression, fixed to your clean-shaven face.
No more
You're still not
steam.
accustomed to it.
Shaved. No, the origin. Okay, electrochemistry. Let's see.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall.
17%. Nope.
It's still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
So I can spend a skill point on it. Why not? Wait, no, how many skill points am I sitting on? Oh no, I just spent some on bot cabinets. No, let's save it for now. We'll do it later though. Happy ding noise. Okay, I'm gonna try to look for some more Van Eyck posters, but generally just kind of move back toward my base of operations and see if there's anything else I can do solo. This guy still doesn't have anything interesting, right? Sad about the Kuno thing. Did a good job of not making it obvious which one you should pick. Van Eyck Overdrive. I don't have any skill checks with the Mega Rich light bending guy, right? No, there is like a red conceptualization check, right?
The woman still has her eyes fixed on...
Go see what the situation is for that, I'm curious. I have to give him like a an investment pitch, right? This game has a lot of funny jokes, but that's probably in the top 5, where the difference in wealth between two people approaches a singularity. It actually bends light around you. And, like, Kim says he doesn't see it. Can you buy much with this? How much can a banana be? $10? How can I go there now? I'll come down there in a second. Or tear. I should put that guy's picture back.
This is the night.
Good on Kami, maybe I'll give it another try.
Welcome back, friend. What can I do for you?
Although the art degree is a penalty. That one I'm probably only ever going to succeed at it if I actually have, like, a crit So it's too bad I dropped the thing that made me slightly more likely to crit. Good for Van Eyck graffiti. You know how it is.
Oh, hey, mister. I knew you'd be no trouble at all, mister.
He's not an Egghead fan. Yeah, what is up with the fast travel? That's so weird. Like, sometimes it's there and sometimes it isn't. It would be, like, incredibly useful right now. I'm glad I saw it work the one time, because I wouldn't even have believed it was a thing. So every other time I've looked on that map, there hasn't been an option for it. Maybe it's only possible from, like, some specific locations? Oops. Get on out. There you go. Come on. These little corners are always such a struggle for me. I think I might just have to, like, click down here. There we go. Might not be too much else that I have to do when I'm soloing out. So I might just go to sleep earlier than usual. Usually I'm able to run out the clock until 2. Thank you for pathing, Mouse. Appreciate that. The low rumble of a bass beat. Your heart repeats it. Nice.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Wasn't expecting this to be here.
The Coldima Madakwa. Sorry,
I would never have guessed that you were that interested in ultrasonic sounds. Or birds, for that matter.
I'm thinking of quitting the Elysium and becoming a cryptozoologist. I have hobbies, just like all normal people, because I'm a normal person. Into all kinds of art lately.
What an interesting development. Well, it's been a long while since I've gone hunting for the Kaldimamadakwa. Once knew a group of young musicians who decided they didn't want to play music anymore, and started looking for all kinds of interesting sounds instead. This was before, you know, lost touch with them after all of that.
That sounds so cool.
Cool or not, one of them was obsessed with recording the Kaldimamadakwa.
This was going to make it more hardcore.
And he was one of those passionate people who know a lot about all kinds of strange things. So he got the rest of us to join in his search.
Did you ever find it?
We thought we did. We got together all these recordings of unusual sound patterns, compared them, cut them up and combined them into the Symphonia Kaldimamadakwa.
Can I listen to it?
Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings from my old life. None at all. But I do have a tape with some ultrasonic sounds that might be what you're looking for.
Spin that bird song.
This recording comes from down the coast. Wasn't looking to record anything specific. Just left a recording device there one morning. Keep in mind, I have to slow this one down enough to make sounds well over 200 kilohertz audible to the human ear. It will be strange.
Is it going to be hardcore?
As the hum grows louder, modulating but always unnaturally uncomfortably low, like it's coming not from the speakers, but also from inside your chest. Breathing is becoming difficult.
Shivers buff.
Not good, not good. You're about to start suffocating. You have to stop this.
That seems bad.
There's a growing sense of dread. The sound is coming from inside you, but also surrounding you. It feels as though someone is standing just outside your range of vision and watching you, doing this to you. He nods to you, reassuringly, just as more diverse, higher-pitched sounds, some random, some appearing to form patterns, hit your eardrums. Seabirds most likely, gulls and such.
And skewers, but
a new high-pitched shivering sound.
The signal in the noise, the thin whisper.
I like how every category of skill got involved in this one.
A low range of sounds is easier to handle with a focal point, but still troubling. You are mesmerized by the sounds, but also feel nausea welling up as the motif continues, then begins to recede, dissolving in what must be the sound of water lapping at the bank.
you know, now that I've listened to it on these new speakers, it's not the Kaldimamadakwa. Wrong patterns, wrong photons. Probably some insect trying to sing higher than its predators can hear. Still, fascinating, aren't they? The Kaldimamadakwa. What an one. This was before. Cool or not, we thought we did. We got to. Unfortunately, I don't have any recordings. This recording comes from keeping.
As the hum grows louder.
Okay, I can die from rolling this multiple times.
Not good. Not there's a grope. He nods to seabirds mostly. That's it.
Just seeing if there's anything different from the second path.
Here you go.
Not so sure about this.
I respect your decision, officer.
Oh god, I haven't saved in a minute. Alright, well I guess I have to eat the real loss there. Jeez, I gotta start saving more. Or not real, yeah, real loss I guess effectively for having to get another thing to heal me. But it's pretty inexpensive if I recall, and I think Frita has an unlimited supply of it. I was hoping I was going to use that for the hardcore mix, but I guess not. Yeah, I've got basically unlimited money now, so I'm not super worried about it, but I was concerned that maybe there was a finite number of them. Transnation, Ike Nation. I automatically read all of those as though Egghead is saying it. Got my cool mural. The legendary conceptualization check. Someone's washing dishes.
The door is closed again. Nothing to do here anymore. You hear someone inside, walking from room to room. Whoever lives here must be back home.
Scary, the crypto-fascist. Out of curiosity, I'm not sure if these colored orbs count for XP. They do, okay. So eventually I'll run out of Van Eyck posters and then I can disable it. Wonder if the thought orbs count. Or if it's only the ones in the environment.
You're back.
She's all tapped out for now.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to...
You're done too. Already been in there.
Give me a moment. Ask away, policeman.
Is there a hole in the wall in the abandoned apartments?
Some lunatic lost his mind. All kinds of morons pass through these halls.
With how small these rooms are, wouldn't you want to break the wall down?
Who lived in the foreclosed apartment?
The hell am I supposed to know? Another nut job, I assume.
Is one of the residents on vacation?
People come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
They probably just moved or died. Hopefully somewhere else.
Who lives in apartment 10?
No one lives there. It's been empty for months. Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again. Breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you? Great.
Sure.
Young people. They're worse than rats.
Youths.
Always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Ooh, empty beer cans.
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar.
Beaming.
I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
You mean astronomy, right?
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
Sure you don't mean astronomy?
That's what I said. Astrology. I think something to...
Communism.
What now? Huh. I thought Revachol was the capital.
Will you tell me about Cindy?
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
Nice mumble. Oh, is this just back out in the balcony? I gotta go investigate these youths. Troublesome youths.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture. The number on the panel says 10.
This apartment's supposed to be empty. Did you break in here? Of course
You
not.
have plenty of reason to enter.
Are you cooking morphine in there? Open the door so I can verify your identity.
Well, that was easy.
It was.
Master Investigator, you just can't keep yourself away from locked and hidden places, can you?
It is my duty as a cop to investigate every square inch of this world.
Attaboy. The world's secrets.
Hey, the Jamrock Shuffle.
They wait patiently for you to...
Now, I wonder if that happened because of a certain number of orbs being detected? Or interactions? Alright, alright. I can't drop rigorous self-critique for roleplay reasons. I could probably drop Arno van Eyck soon. What does the Jamrock Shuffle say? Confusing behavior. But now it's clear you like to look inside containers. Like to open doors and see what's behind them. Maybe secrets? Maybe more juicy containers? You like all containers. Trash cans, utensil trays, manholes. Is that why you're so hellbent on opening containers? Do you think you'll find the Holy Scepter? I hope it's not something that gives you a bonus whenever you loot a container, because I've already done a fucking shitload of them. It's like a fine mattress. 13. Oh shit. Apparently opening that made the skill check go away. Hold on. I wanted to see if I was going to get XP from a thought. That's why I'm loading. I'll check it before I go in this time. Okay, so starting out, I have 11 XP, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, yes, thought bubbles count as XP. That's cool. Could it be the Phasmid? No, probably not. Black monk straps. Affluent moneymaker, man. So advanced, in fact, walking through slush and mud does not leave a trace on them. So that's your ultra-liberal shoes, I guess.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
I was not expecting it to be a real estate agent.
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20, at least. Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Thanks, empathy.
Do you
I
want to
caught
see
that
my
from her
ID
portrait.
as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
Inspect the passport.
Feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details.
Nice haircut.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
What are you doing here?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Fuck shit up too. Who lived here?
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
A sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted, or is that it? I'm in a hurry.
Isn't it late?
It is.
She breathes in and out to the count of 3. It looks like some special stress technique.
Everyone says the real estate agents don't do anything. But here I am in the middle of the night cleaning up someone's crash pad. So the sooner we get this over with, the better.
Who lived in the foreclosed apartment?
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but... And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall. A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. The money's gone. Just like that.
The sum must have been puny. Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
My money has also disappeared, I think. Couldn't have been that much money.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable. I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
The radio computer wizards are invested with magical economic powers.
My money has also disappeared.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
Happened with the wall.
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it. Both apartments are now unrentable. Both. Of course.
That's all. Thank you. She's been waiting for you to leave. Can I scope out the bust again now that I am the founder of communism? Oh shit. Oh, okay, there it is.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads, Kraz Marzov. Honestly, he does kind of look like you after all.
Father Marzov, the hero of the working class.
A warm feeling fills you as you look into Marzov's marble eyes. The hallway behind the door is empty. No one else heard your courageous salute. A poor communard, from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Oh, old lady's went to bed to tell her about it tomorrow. It's funny. He sees you, salute it. They may have gotten it earlier, because that's when I got the thought that let me say that I think that I am. So maybe I just left it unhighlighted because I was able to do it that time without Kim being here. Am I ever able to go into this room? It looks like there's a bunch of inspectables in there, but I can't inspect the door itself. It's totally empty. Yeah, is there like a glitch or something? Does something have to unlock elsewhere for that door to be able to be opened? Definitely got to get enough money so I can buy the streetlight for no reason. I don't think if I saved the rest of my reality, I'd ever be able to afford it. Maybe if I were able to, like, sell the ceramic stuff. Looking for Van Eyck posters, so I can drop this thought. Okay, so my decisions have locked me out. Gotcha, thank you. Just making sure there's not something that I'm missing or I'm not pointing the right stick at it correctly. I need to check in. I might be out of stuff to do solo. Hey, welcome back, Erm. Yeah, I'll have to read about it after stream. I guess they're making some iconoclastic changes to the way Path of Exile works, finally. A game that I wanted very desperately to like, but couldn't bring myself to enjoy it because of the lines in the sand the developers were choosing to not cross. Hey man, I think I got your jacket. I don't think I need the stats from it. It's good to know that they stay up all night.
Tequila sunset.
Fresh washed.
My jacket?
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
Saying this isn't your jacket?
Faum? That's medium concept stuff, not my style at all. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you should lay off the booze. It's fucking with your head.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and girlfriend.
Can't review the stats on it. I went through some dark shit to get this for you.
You know what? Fine. Maybe I can pawn it for some booze.
Aye, good thinking.
I think I can get something from him if I give him the fancy booze.
Tequila sunset. Good. Now the only things I haven't lost are these two drunks.
It's up to the tracksuit.
You've never pretty nice.
Oh, I think I've seen this before. I don't know why
This
it's
might
showing
be one
as
of the last of its
not
kind.
asked.
Should probably be in a museum, honestly.
Good God. It's nearly impossible to describe how dirty this texture is. It's like rubbing two jellyfish skins.
Impossible interfacing.
15% less human for having touched it. Randomized trials.
Hey, we haven't had this one in a while.
TM to be associated with a number of exotic, highly malignant cancers. So you also have that to look forward to. And then there's the smell. But you don't even want to think about that.
Wow, you're lucky. He never lets me feel it.
That's because your paws are fucking filthy, Rosie. We're right next to the bay. You could wash them any time.
About the other drunks.
My fellow members of the Union of Moribund Alcoholics? They're exactly what they look like.
I thought this guy had one more story to tell, but I don't see that in the decision tree.
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary. He's a cop, remember?
I thought he was a cool cop.
Don't call Abigail.
I'm a sorry cop.
And this is Abs. So yeah, that's basically us. We drink together.
Don't call Abigail as the reincarnation of Tisiphone.
I'm all ears, Tequila.
He?
The tale. There
Are you
Shut.
I've seen this already, that's why I'm scrolling through it fast. The Giant of Coco Nur?
No, I told you this is a Martinez legend. It's a man.
The pause.
With no head on his shoulders. Well, if I hadn't
bull.
Gertrude.
Tell him a
Fuck. Right. The wind. The women.
Don't tell
Sorry, I've seen this before. I'm just trying to see if there's
Word gave anyway.
the other story.
That's the story of the headless fowl. No one knows.
Hi. I saw him one night
No.
with a right shit-face.
Maybe I missed out on the opportunity to get the last story, or maybe it's too late for him to tell it. I do have the last bit of alcohol to give to him for it. Store is closed for today. Time to put the kids to sleep. Yeah, it's nuts. I should be able to buy everything except the streetlight. So I might do that tomorrow. I have a few more things to buy from the merchant guy. The glasses. Oversized superstar sunglasses. The mirror lies.
There's nothing else.
Traps are done.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall.
Yeah, I know, right? Left-wing dialogue is only 4 XP each time it procs. So is the conceptualization one. Like, that's an insane amount of XP if it's just the XP by itself. And then on top of that, the Real, like, I feel like if it just gave you Real and didn't also give you 10 XP, it would still be kind of extremely powerful. So you don't get that many opportunities to choose left-wing dialogue, and the penalty for that thought is really bad. I don't think there's any downside to Wumpty Dumpty Down Center. But you're right, I don't think it's that kind of game, so. I'm lucky I got it. I was mostly just trying to hit all the orbs in town and decided to talk to the kids about that wall. I think I had like 1 encyclopedia check in this area before it activated. Downside is your pretentious wanker. Oh yeah, that reduces your suggestion. Yeah, it's not that kind of game. You're not meant to meta this out and do only the most optimal thing that's boring. Trying to figure out how to get up there. Oh, can I do more phone calls now that Kim is gone? I was worried he was going to judge me. Maybe I'll end up calling Kim.
You pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable.
The money to do it.
Calling. Still calling. Someone with a masculine voice picks up.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, your electricity.
Electricity? Gerard, what a douche name. Change it. Change your name.
No, but I got a feeling I'll kick your ass is gonna make an appearance if you ever call this number again. Have a good one, asshole.
Phone hanging up.
Are these supposed to be like prank calls? That's funny.
Calling, 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 still calling, still calling.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
You seem to be in some sort of trouble. Maybe I can help you. I'm a police officer. I would pick this one, but I feel like it's going to get him in trouble with the person he actually owes money to.
The phone gets hanged up fast as lightning. All you hear is a little shuffle of nylon as the hand moves on the other end. Disconnect tone. Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
Is there anything I can help you with? I'm with the police.
There is nothing.
The man disappears with a sigh. You do not hear the customary disconnect tone, just silence in the handset. The machine is still waiting for you to dial a number. Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. This sometimes happens. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying.
White morning, smells like betrayal. Sorry, cop. 97%. Your eyes
Close
closed.
your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial. Then pull down on the number. Then move one up and repeat the motion twice. Strange. This is not how you started before.
What did I just do?
You dialed 001. This is not the area code of Revachol. It is another destination on another Isola. Some far-off nation-state. 005.
Hey, thanks, Encyclopedia.
ZOC. 001 is Grad, on the Grad Isola, where the telephone was invented. The next two digits you dial are the area code for the city of Mirova. 414447. The rotary dial feels cold from the sea air. 1117361. Your fingers keep moving like a spider. Every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal, like a bell tolling.
There's more?
Yes. 451-67451. You are going deeper now, into some unknown place, far away from this island of matter and its telecommunication networks.
Finish it.
451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this, you think. But it's an ultra-long distance call. Your air fills with a crackle, the wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there, not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion, far away. A distant network of phones calling in the night. The saddest sound in the world. Calling still.
Volition impossible. I love that the volition check is to hang up.
Calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges. Small.
Is it my ex-wife?
The dearest thing you've ever heard.
Hello?
Illusionary Serpent of Bank. I will free mankind and abolish the classes. I will raise the dead.
You're not a revolutionary, Harry. You're drunk.
You only have 2, maybe 3 things left to say before the change runs out.
Why does it hurt to talk to you?
Oh, God.
Are you there?
Do you know what time it is? It's so late here. It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours.
I am the law. You're in Morova, right?
Yes, I'm in Morova. Sleeping.
Where are you going in 2 hours?
No response, only a sigh. The connection crackles like burning paper.
Doing a case.
She does not answer anymore.
Can you help me solve it? I need to solve it. They won't take me back if I don't.
Harry.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money.
Interesting. Oh, I could dial it again. Okay, let me leave. I feel like it's going to give me a heart attack, and I should probably wait until I have drugs. Because I can't... The Frita is closed during the day, right? Or during the late night, I should say. I'll try it again, I saved.
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. Life is garbage.
Life is garbage.
You dial the number again. 26 pulls of the rotary dial. The machine eats the coin, and a terrifying...
Maybe I should try not calling her in the middle of the night next time.
In your ear, in the middle of it. A familiar ring. Small, distorted, calling, calling. Calling, 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 calling. It looks like she does not want to pick it up, Harry. Stop scaring her.
Why?
Come on, you know why. The headset lands in the cradle with a clank.
They do a really good job of representing his heartache over that.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Inspect the carpentry.
The carving on the door is block-like and angular, like the church itself. Two large beams shoot downwards, sinking into the wood before they reach the threshold. The surface is smooth from the wind.
Am I gonna get a
to the touch?
Fucking splinter and die?
Feels exceptional.
Okay.
300 tons of pine would fit together.
Maybe I would have if I would have failed the interfacing check.
Too. Cut and carved many centuries ago.
Let's
This
hit the padlock.
cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. The lock is adorned with a yellow sticker. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also, that sticker is interesting, somehow.
Sticker.
You see a yellow circle with two X's and a big curve below them that looks like a mouth. You're pretty sure you haven't seen it before, but what the symbol depicts is clear enough. A smiling dead guy. The curve makes it smile, and the X's make it dead. There is something blindingly modern about this symbol. Its modernness puts to shame everything you've seen before.
What makes it so modern?
It's the contrast between the cheery, chemical yellow and the rigor mortis. As if the cheery guy didn't know he was dead, or the dead guy didn't care that he was. Either way, you get the sense the forces of future are at work here.
Forces of future are at work
This
here.
cheap-looking padlock is sturdily built. It shackles together a hasp and a staple screwed into the wooden door. It'll be easier to break the staple than the lock. Also,
Try to peel off the sticker without ripping it.
Somehow.
It's the most Disco Elysium check ever.
There's nothing like the sound of a sticker unpeeling. Now it's stuck to your thumb.
Put the sticker in your ledger after the last entry where it belongs. Sticker on your ledger, right on the cover.
Voila.
Style your paperwork. Nice.
You're part of the Future Brigade now, and so is your formerly humdrum ledger. Neon, baby.
Incredible. Big fan. Back to the cleaning lady. I'm doing fine on everything else right now.
It's the ledger you found in the trash.
Keep thinking I'm not going to be able to spend the rest of the day, and then there's stuff to do. I guess I still have some case files to read, too.
The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open. As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area. Its black halls and dusty machines.
Interesting.
Then the feeling passes. A great whoosh of air rushes
What does this have to do with that?
innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
Crabman. Strange stillness fills you as you look ahead. You should walk, not run. Interesting. Bark beetles? So, were they serious about the walk not run thing, or is that just flavor? Because so far, I don't think I've ever walked in this game. To do with the radio frequencies. These wires work as contact microphones? Possible it's recording something? Yeah, this is pretty spooky.
A machine stands in the
song,
corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity. This is the Ream Prefect, radio computer model number RC7024, equipped with a
Can I use my little thing on this?
Ream-compatible interim printer. The Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream Civic. Although mostly based on the same technology, the Ream Prefect is equipped with better noise attenuation circuits. Better not touch it. Who knows what evils it may hide?
Step behind the
As you
machine.
step closer, you notice fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good evening. Votre accident on Saint-Brun. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed
It's me again. How are you?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal log?
I know, right? I like this idea of the way the radio computers work, too.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Password?
No.
The hint system is not part of the protocol for repeater stations.
What a useful encyclopedia check. Is it my birthday?
No. I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy. Now, can you please...
Yeah, that happened before, earlier.
Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Fortress accident.
I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brun, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Saint-Brun, that's the church. Rue de Saint-Ghislaine, the doomed commercial area.
Anything else I can help you with? Sleep well.
So I still gotta find the password. Maybe that's why I had the
Still illuminated, revealing fluorescent play and print buttons.
Inland Empire check
Nothing
earlier.
happens.
+1 empathy in someone else's shoes, literally. Cute. Okay. Spider has spun its web around this pillar. Silk scarf. Pain threshold. Bangers don't cry. Here.
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore.
I think having a spooky church to investigate is like a rite of passage for these kind of like Planescape Torment, Fallout CRPGs.
Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Almost
There's a
all
beholder
of it,
in this church.
but for the faintest of hums. It seems the sound here is
Hot
detached
beholder.
from its source somehow, if not blotted out outright. Truly unusual. Sounds like the Pale.
Oh. Thanks, Encyclopedia. How do I know what the Pale sounds like?
From recordings of the Far Pale. You've heard them. We all have. You can hardly hear your own breathing.
Up into the bell tower.
The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Can't change my gear for this. I don't think I'm going to get another chance at it anyway, even if I popped out to change gear. Healing's probably unnecessary.
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin.
What's the darkness
Filled
like?
with vague shapes of woodwork, the sense of a great height. You know, in the middle of the last century, there was a group of
Well, I got an encyclopedia check out of
who
it.
famously disdained the use of black.
What do they have against black?
They wanted to capture what it really felt like to look at the world, to be inside color, to be blinded by early afternoon light on the crests of sea waves. Such an effect is best achieved by using the juxtaposition of complementary colors rather than the addition of black to create contrast.
Seems unfair to black. I like black. Look at it.
Sometimes an encounter with an opposing aesthetic is required for one to truly grow into one's tastes and preferences.
I only Revacholian.
Revachol was an overwhelmingly colorful place back then. They made most of the world's dyes here.
Can I use this to see through the darkness somehow?
No, this is just an intellectual musing. In fact, it's probably dangerous to waste time like this. You should stop.
Incredible.
There's nothing. You're dizzy and disoriented as you see dark and more dark rising.
I like the blink. Oh,
You
Crabman.
see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes.
It's Gollum.
Maybe it's possible to talk to it. Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze, then speaks.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes.
It's not what I was expecting this guy to sound like.
Be all right. You come to the right place.
That accent is Villalobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in Jamro. There's a sizable contingent of Villalobos-speaking Mesks in Revachol. Hold on. Stop it right there. Pussy, what's with this?
I'm not scared. I just don't understand why the female sexual organs have to be associated with weakness. Yeah, shouldn't we say scrotum? That's the thing that's actually super weak, that if you hit it, you cause a person to collapse immediately.
You really got a case of frayed nerves, pussy. And this usage comes from pusillanimous. Everybody knows that.
Oh, that's fucking perfect.
Oops.
Chill out, man. Here you could receive the mother's love. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of that despair at the bottom of that bottle.
He's a born preacher. Enjoy the rhetorical flourishes, but remain vigilant. Don't let him get too close. He's crazy.
Vigilance is practically my middle name. What qualifies as too close?
Giving away all of your possessions, sacrificing a limb to appease an angry god, trying to live on air and light alone, as though you were some kind of plant. That's right. You've got to watch your own back.
Oh, hell no, run away. A bit of a problem.
Oh, yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Way. I could smell the control all the way over here.
You don't know me. You don't know what it's like. There's something white pursuing me. White and sad. Huh.
I know it's hard to admit that you have a problem. I was like you once. Couldn't take an honest look at the damage Albino was doing to my mind and my spirit.
We need to talk about the unlicensed occupation of ecclesiastic property. Who do you think you are? Some crazy guy under the roof? What is this shit? I think you have a point.
Don't trust me. Trust the mother.
Wasteland of reality.
I'm only the messenger, Holmes. This is the Church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
He's a crab man.
Just trying to throw you off your game. Whatever it is, he's quite confident about it. Just look how gracefully he sways.
The composure sound effect sounds like someone dragging a chair across the floor, and with my headphones I keep thinking that there's someone in the house.
'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
You must be the crab man. Like a big chunk of the comedy in this game is just like the lines that follow up thoughts, right? 'Tis not an act, my liege. Saving perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot. You must be the crab man.
Never known myself to be a crab, but if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it.
It's more like a spider. If you're not a crab, then what are you?
I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique.
That's not the only technique he's working on. Look at those carved sculptures. And is that a satchel of tools over there?
You carve all those sculptures?
Sure am. Whittling wood used to be something I just did to busy my hands. Now I use those same hands in service of something greater than my own restlessness.
Some nice curves going on there. Squid, this seemed to be a tad derivative.
It's all just for the mother, man. No need to overthink it.
Where were you before you became a crab man in a wood? The idea of like somebody becoming a crab man, like choosing, you know what? I want to be a crab man and a wood carver.
I was in a gangway, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
So many people losing their memory. Certain portent of doom. Create a whole new me.
That's not really the point, I say. You gotta give yourself over to service. Service of the mother, that is. Tiago's my name, by the way. Though those syllables don't mean much to me. A name isn't just your identity, but also, so to speak, your place amongst your fellows. Your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
I don't do names either. Names are out. I don't care what mine is. My name's Harry.
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
What are you doing here?
This is a special place. There's a perforation in the world up there. A way out into nothingness.
Huh.
This church was built around it for purposes of veneration. I circled it, nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother. One of these days, I'll be pure enough to go drink from it directly.
Who's this mother of silence?
Oh, that's no simple question, I said. She is one who can be painted or sculpted. She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will.
What will happen once you drink from the perforation?
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, at one with the state of the world before reality began.
How very Buddhist.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
Sure you didn't switch one drug for the other?
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
Faith is a kind of drug.
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover, regretting what you did last night?
3 days ago.
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
Love was my drug of choice. I'm still hungover from it.
She took you for a good spin, huh? Don't worry, bro. That love is but a drop compared to the ocean of the mother's love. The mother will eat all of you and never spit you out.
Guess you have a point. I gotta apologize.
No worries, man. I know this shit takes time.
I don't understand what you're doing in the church.
I'm a seraph, Holmes. I sing the mother's glory.
Singing is good. I'm a bit of a singer myself.
I don't mean literal singing, Holmes. This is the mother of silence we're talking about. It's the singing of a burning heart. You may be thinking, but fire crackles. No, Holmes. That's the material that's burning. The flames themselves are without sound.
I don't know what I was expecting them to do with the Crabman, but this is better than the superposition of all other possible states.
Hard to say. I think I did some construction work here, back when I still had material worries. Up there, I realized what the true purpose of the church was. Been spending a lot of time here ever since. The past is nothing to me now, Way.
So what were you before you became a Crabman and a woodcarver?
I think they were. A long time ago. I had to shed them like skins to get closer to the center of the silence. You could have them. I don't need them anymore.
They look pretty dapper, actually.
I have other
The
questions.
sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams, blending into the shadows.
Do you know why the church was abandoned?
Police raid a while back.
Do you see what happened?
Not really. Or at least I don't remember much of it anymore. The mother's love has done its job. That's what's so great about the mother. It lets you forget about everything.
Some ravers want to turn this place into a nightclub.
The ones in the tent outside, right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me.
They have reason to be scared?
Nah, man. They look pretty funny. And I don't harm no one anymore. Anyway.
What do you think about the nightclub?
Why not?
Nice.
It wouldn't bother me none. I'm usually way
Wonderful.
up there, imbibing. Ain't no music on earth that can reach where I go. Might even be nice to have some company.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Interesting. Do you know where the other spooker is?
The ones in the tent outside? Right? I see them. Absolutely, man. Wouldn't bother me none to have them.
I love this. I love the Crabman.
I'm usually way up there, imbibing. Might even be nice to have some company.
Aw. I can't wait to go tell them. The Crabman is friendly.
Himself.
Okay.
He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
My bad.
¿Other spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
Viejita is grandma?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young. Age is just one of the many masks we wear.
You don't know where she is?
That's what I said, Holmes.
How can you not know that when you both
Don't
live
really
here?
follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
How she looks, what she does,
I'm
who
afraid
is she?
not, Essay. You just have to wait until she comes back, or...
Do you have any chance heard her say the password to her computer?
Too many times, Essay. You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
I love when drama hisses.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death. What do you think of that? Makes me almost pity La Nilita Pequeña when I hear it. I think we're done here, Essay.
That was great.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
You must be mistaken. Must have accidentally picked none of the above to something.
Of course, a radical centrist.
Ugh.
In these bright and loud times where 1,000 frequencies drown one another out, sober thinking is a radical act. It's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience.
I'm too fiery for this watercolor ideology.
That's a pity. Real democracy was just around the corner for Revachol. All the leading citizens are waiting there, without you.
The password, which is extremely exciting. Thank you, Crabman. Would not have guessed that the D&D company password would be from a Crabman.
The machine's keyboard, the speak.
Good evening. Good. Please rest good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Votre accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? Sleep well, votre accident.
The machine's keyboard is still The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal.
Read the
first
printout.
entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church. The door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in.
Read the second entry.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. 7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced. 8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simo for help. Heard the others are back to making art, drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers, but at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads. The programmers are doing fine too. I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
So I know now when there's a blue check, if I don't see it proper noun, it's probably not a tasty encyclopedia check.
She must be talking about her former colleagues from Fortress Accident. They all sound like radio game people. 12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m. 25th of February, 51.
Shivers.
I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Interesting.
A shiver runs through you as you look to your left, toward the silence. 28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the Swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again.
The idea of a disco man.
Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good. I don't want anyone distracting me from my work.
She got scared of the crowd,
March
man.
51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our office in Martinez. Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her. March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping-pong energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air. Your reading is interrupted by the sound of the church door opening. A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
Hello.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
You're on a side case representing certain music venue organizers. I'm with the RCM, you see. Search my lost identity.
There are no coalition military data links.
I'm a cybernetic
even if there
god.
was, you couldn't access them over a civilian network.
Turn its cannons against its masters.
Nonsense. You're just a police officer. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
Yeah. Egghead's so great.
What is it?
Didn't break anything, did I?
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper.
Are you the lead programmer? We're all untethered?
Yes. Or, no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
What are you doing
I am
here?
Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages. If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Did she say over 16 years of experience? She must have started programming when she was still a teenager.
Have you seen the Crabman?
No.
You know he's around? He's seen you.
And?
And the Crabman has seen you.
I don't care. I don't care about crabmen.
She's great too. Why are there so many machines
I
here?
brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Why do you need an antenna?
I use the AR1 as my RAIM prefix processing unit. Mm-hmm. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
No, I'm a master circuit bender. I know everything.
Then you'll certainly know that all radio computers perform operations on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna.
It's cool. AR1 is a good antenna?
I guess it is. So far, I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage, and the operation has been surprisingly stable. But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy anything. Ask around, compare the prices. There are many milieus dedicated to that sort of thing.
She liked telling you this. It calmed her nerves.
What are you doing with your computer?
I'm working.
The machine seems almost alien with its pulsing core. The light casts in her face in a strange shadow.
Could you just shh for a moment? Or get to the point. I really need to focus on something.
It's not just rudeness. It really is hard to concentrate on whatever she needs to do. And you're not helping.
What about those bowls of water over there?
They are connected to my RAIM prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she's using them for, they're hers.
Isn't that for government use?
So you do know something about computers. You're
She
right.
looks up almost proud of you.
It's used mostly by the government peeps.
And you work for the government?
No, I don't.
So why do you have it?
Because I needed something good for my investigation, and RAIM Civic is widely agreed to be below all standards. So I had to upgrade. Besides, owning a RAIM prefect isn't such a big deal anymore.
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't see REAM prefects in every police department, for example.
How'd you get your hands on
I
it?
know a friend of a friend who used to freelance for the Coalition. I was actually aiming for the military-grade RAIM Rational series, but couldn't find one. Prefect is mainly based on the same technology as RAIM Civic, so it's kind of a rip-off. But it does have better compatibility with newer antenna models, so I won't complain. Great.
Okay, we'll run out the clock here. I was thinking maybe I could make it back to the tabletop room, but...
You really like those questions, don't you?
I'm a police officer. It's my job to ask
I'm
questions.
conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Wait, what?
Thank you, Logic.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said.
The hole connected to the data loss in your journal.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that.
What does that mean?
Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
So this is different from the
What
pale.
do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
She's suddenly absorbed in the conversation, waiting for your answer.
You measure it by the world around it.
Measure it by collecting data on its surroundings.
Exactly. Very true. That's what I've been aiming for. That's why I have those basins. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out where it begins.
Hydrotransducers.
Yay!
So that's what those water basins are. Devices for recording sound through water.
It's like drugs for me.
But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
There's that little ding when you get the real. Do you have an idea where the hole might be located?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Only a faint crisscross of rafters can be made out from the dark. Most of the tower disappearing into the shade. Strange things may flourish in the dark.
It's too bad that was a red check. I kind of want to see what it is now.
There's this place at the back of the church. A place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher you go, the less you record.
This is where the Crabman lives. Don't think the Crabman might be responsible?
No, I don't.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning. Her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
So the research isn't going well. Why not?
Because it's just trial and error. Trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space.
Yeah, like, along with how cool the radio computers are, I love that you have to, like, call an operator to log in. That's fun.
And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work. Great. Thanks.
Up that hole again.
Great. Thanks.
How do you feel about dance music?
I hate it.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Have you even listened to it? What are you, 40? It's the future of dance music.
Yeah. Like all the time. My tent neighbors don't really ease up with their partying, do they? Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No idea what it has to do with either dancing or music.
Right. But how do you feel about a club for dance music?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
I actually know about this.
Take a guess, why don't you?
A petting zoo, a place for animals. Maybe a community space to help the elderly?
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you? Thanks. The Swallow, you mean? Great. Yes, what is it?
Let's go sleep and see what else we can do tomorrow. They promised. They super duper promised. There's someone I trust, it's Egghead. You didn't crash everyone. Indeed.
It's getting late, and
I think I can't check the floorboards. It may have just been a flavorful shivers check comment.
on the table you see a bowl of water.
Was shaving the right call?
The bed is comforting, if a bit run down. Still, you've earned a rest. Across the room, the heating system hums its soft lullaby. The mattress feels soft and sheets warm. It only takes you moments for the world to fall away.
Thoughts, baby. A million little lights in the dark. You're one fine instrument, brother. All those faces and all those names. All that laughter and screaming and scheming around. Every corner and every street.
Recorded in you forever on ferrotape.
Spinning, am I dreaming?
No, You're spinning tapes at the discotheque. The great unceasing disco of the mind. The flash. The bang. The endless learning experience.
Spinning in eternity.
On and on it goes. For untold hours. At the disco where you first asked her to dance. Rising. Rising. Above the dark curvature. The great wingspan of sleep. Studded with stars.
Behold, there are millions of them down there. The first time. The last time. The smoke in her mouth. The plotted flowers. The faces turning, changing.
What is it?
It's the world, Harry boy. And you're made of it. Every day you're out there, you make more of yourself from it. I'm afraid you can't be unmade now. You can never forget this shit.
The rain, the snow, I don't want to. It's beautiful.
Beautiful. It's stuck on loop, whirling, spitting out words and images.
I know what that's like.
You're the son of the world again. Harrister, a ceaseless agent. Picking up litter and old newspapers. Collecting your little bubblegum wrappers.
That's what I do.
Idiotic picture postcards. Meaningless, meaningless keepsakes.
Reading your awful letters and recalling things, aren't you? The endless names of the world. An address book you are. The map of a city.
That's right, I am an agent of the world.
You'll go insane if you keep going like this. One more day, and you'll be in the loony bin. I just know you will. And for what, brother man?
For the working class.
Thanks, Frederick.
Solving your little crossword puzzles.
Damn straight.
Doing your tasks. Crossing names off lists. Trying to become some sort of world detector. It won't make it okay. It won't put smoke back in her mouth.
Smoke back in her mouth. I'm building communism for all. This time we won't fail.
He's got no idea what he's in for.
Why?
Cause only love can break your heart. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm is ringing, Harry. The disco circus goes on and on. You barely slept 3 hours last night.
You can do it. It's nothing. Do it for the city. Go. Do it for the wind. Do it for the picture puzzle. Put it all together. Solve the world.
Nice.
One conversation at a time.
That's great.
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work. Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone. You're going to have to get organized.
Do you think we got up to 0.0001% because of converting Egghead? Egghead's a communist now.
Uh-oh. Organization hasn't
Godly
exactly been your
endurance.
strong suit, historically speaking.
Ready, let's get to
You
it.
must seek out your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Find out how much communism they've built. Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build as much as 0.0002% of communism.
You gotta start somewhere.
But it won't be easy. Decades of persecution by coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Marstead underground. They live underground. These communists aren't men. They're mole people.
But I'm part of the coalition authorities. But I sell drugs to the community.
Possibly. If you have been, it's only because you're a double agent acting in furtherance of your long-term objectives.
Moralism is like, eh.
Listen to this.
Enlightened
Do you
centrism.
really think you're the kind of person an underground communist cell would entrust with a mission that requires such discretion?
Maybe.
Regardless, what's past is past. You need to look forward to the work of building communism for all.
I don't want to go searching for mole
They're
people.
not mole people. They're your comrades in the eternal class struggle. It's your task to find and join them.
You let me fire up Mazov's socialist sausage grinder?
Just between us, you may want to lay off this grind up the bourgeoisie stuff. It's a bit off-putting, even to fellow communists. Let your nose guide you, detective.
You mean my nose is in my huge and highly functioning brain?
No, we meant your nose, as in that swollen muck detector in the center of your face. It just happens to be perfectly calibrated for sensing communists. We really have no idea what they're talking about. There's no linkage between ideology and olfaction.
I love your nose weighs in. What does communism smell like?
Failure.
What does failure smell like? You.
It's a smell you know all too well. Simultaneously repulsive and yet darkly appealing. Musty with a sharp tang, but
Is the Secret World still playable? Is the server still on?
Like a rotting mango that's been swaddled in a coat from your grandfather's attic. What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course. Nothing a shower and change of clothes couldn't fix. People sometimes complain there are no real communists left in Martinez, but you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them. Incidentally, during the waning days of the
encyclopedia
Anti-Centennial Revolution, a number of Revacholian communards constructed elaborate hideouts in abandoned root cellars, hollowed out tree trunks, and even residential sewage tanks. This latter phenomenon gave rise to the early anti-communist slogan, "The future's bright when you flush out the white."
Ready, let's get organized.
First, you'll have to locate the remaining communists in Martinez. When you get near to someone with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to establish contact. Again, no, it won't. Any olfactory response you perceive will be strictly psychosomatic.
This is fucking great.
Judging from the bust of Krasmazov and other revolutionary paraphernalia you discovered, it seems that the Cape Side apartments may be a hotbed of communist activity.
Kim just waiting patiently for me as I spend precious minutes turning this over in my head.
You'll discuss the monumental world historical task that lies before you. You'll engage in rigorous and spirited debates about Mazovian theory and practice. But mostly, you'll probably complain about other communists.
Isn't that last part kind of counterproductive?
Not at all. Complaining about other communists is one of the most important parts of being a communist.
All right, let's get to it.
Wake, brave worker. 'Tis no time for bed. Fight till there's no slaves below, and no masters overhead.
No, I like that lyric.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it.
I'm gonna try this again. I haven't spent this point yet. Okay.
An No mirror hangs on the wall.
28%.
You see your reflection in it.
Nope.
Still not happening. It won't come off that easy.
I'll have to get some other bonus to get another chance, I think, because I can't put any more points. Unless I get something that increases the learning threshold for it. Oh well, we tried. Was Ragnar Tornquist involved with the Secret World? I remember finding it interesting when I saw promotional material back for it when it first came out, but I never actually checked it out. Hey, Kim, what's up, buddy? You missed out a lot last night. Hold still a second, try to smell Kim.
The lieutenant's posture becomes rigid and uncomfortable as you lean forward and sniff the area just above.
Yay,
his
Kim is
shoulder
back.
blade. He smells.
Oh,
like
that's
a man.
cool.
A perfectly normal man.
Reception failure.
Wait. There's something there. Something that sets your GABA receptors aflutter. The lieutenant's aftershave, a common drugstore brand. Strong hints of pine needle. Strange, you're not getting any strong ideological whiffs from the lieutenant.
Do you need something, detective?
Wondering what brand of aftershave you use.
It's nothing fancy, just plain old Tiger Super Special. I do like the way it tingles though. It's the only part of shaving I actually look forward to. Was there something else you wish to discuss?
So, I shaved.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps,
I know. Stunning, right? I knew I shouldn't save. I knew it, and I still did it. What an idiot. What is it? You can tell me, Kim.
I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the...
Yeah, damage. He means damage.
Either way, good on you.
Thanks, Frederick.
You were saying?
Alright, my wife's out of town, so I'm going to take a quick break to feed the cats. But we'll be back shortly. I'll pause the clock. Just be a few minutes, thanks. Yeah, I'm back, thanks. They were getting very hungry and Ben was threatening to knock over the monitor, so... Get yourself organized. You can't organize communism alone. Roam the streets to sniff out comrades. Godly authority check. I go talk to Everard. Probably the first thing I should do. Try doing this suggestion check. I think it's just this jacket is suggestion. Yeah, nothing else is a penalty to it, right? I have a significant penalty from the whole Wompty Dumpty Dom Center thing.
Why does she care about the waves so much?
What is it with you and those waves?
What is it with waves and fishermen? We need to be out there with them, fishing, making a living. So I asked them to accommodate me. But until that happens, I can try to assist you the best I can.
Kim's presence makes it awkward.
What will it be, officer?
It's my motor carriage in the sea, by the way.
Oh, that's good to know, I guess. Why is it in the sea?
It was an accident. I'm sorry.
This calls for a funeral, if you ask me.
Suggesting we honor the carcass of my former motor carriage.
Feels deserved, don't you think? Falling in the line of duty like that and all.
What an odd thought. Maybe I should.
Our things are a part of our life world. They're made with our human sweat and they share human history. We should care about them as we care about humans. To some extent, at least.
Interesting.
Life world. Someone's been reading up on last century Gotvaldian philosophers. Play it cool now.
Organizing a funeral takes a lot of time and effort, doesn't it?
Yeah. You won't even be able to get it out of the water before early June. And where are you going to bury it? Who to invite? What music to play at the wake? Take it from someone who's been through a few funerals. It's easiest to just leave them there and let nature take care of it.
That's all we have time for right now anyway. Come back here in June and see how you feel about it then. It's not like it's going anywhere.
Lieutenant looks at you sympathetically. It's a pity we don't get to do more frivolous side activities, like rejuvenate the Doom commercial area.
Yes, that is a pity. But for now, let's focus on the things we do get to do. Like the murder investigation, for example.
You like the Capri funeral idea?
Oh, that's great. It's not going to be there, but I want it to be like a post-credits thing, right? If you're friendly enough with Kim, you guys come back and do the funeral for the car. Okay, I'm going to come back to her. Let's do some... I don't think I did a single thing related to the investigation yesterday. I guess I got to question the crypto-fascists, so that revealed a bunch of stuff. Fucking Gary. Wait, let me get my other thing back on here. Everything is related to the case. Man, what is up with the fast travel? It's so strange. That's related because crabmen are scary. That crabman conversation was awesome. Oh yeah, I can buy those sneakers now. Almost got a full fawn suit. Bet if you equip the whole thing, you get bonuses with the Kuno check.
Everything's still cool here, officer.
We gotta get the sneakers to get the
You
speakers.
should go over and ask him about paying for those sneakers with your net worth.
I need those sneakers.
Super cool. Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
Okay, now let me buy the speakers.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage.
It's not clear what my next task is. I've had the body cut down for a couple days and shipped off, and I found the bullet and all that stuff. I know Everard's supposed to give me a big skill check bonus for talking to Titus, so that might be the next thing. The sad speakers. Why did you even buy those? There are no magic speakers. These are lame speakers. Sell them for cash. +1 reaction speed, +1 hand-eye coordination, -1 encyclopedia, too fast for facts. Well, the hand-eye coordination bonus might be nice. I'm pretty close to having the full phone set. Right on.
You keep coming back.
I guess I can't get the last one because Kuno has the last one, right? He has those pants that he sells for a shitload of money. Maybe he sells them for you for a reasonable amount if you don't fuck up his check. Well, this isn't good. What are you guys doing here? Fuck the world.
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Says the young man with that written on his back.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper skull value.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality. Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Who are you?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches, flow bears, or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I stepped up to feed the cats. Let me add some time onto it.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man.
I have a keyboard command to get it to start again, and sometimes if it's out of focus, it doesn't go through. I think I'm off by like 6 minutes. I'll confirm it for next stream.
Okay then, let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
Who are the skulls?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
It's not a question. Don't get into it.
So glad you asked.
The
No, I really
Skulls are
don't.
the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
Besmatine, or the Besmati, the Immortals, are West River Sholian crime syndicates.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
Non-verbal?
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around the brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
Think about the murder that took place here?
Murder?
Man was hanged in the backyard of the Whirling in Rags.
Yeah, sure. We'll gladly tell you everything we know about it. It was a man.
Also, he was hanged.
I am the law, don't fuck around.
He was hanged from a tree.
Yeah, I mean, duh.
These punks don't know anything. Let's just move along.
It's fair.
Hey, stop right there. How does one know anything?
Deep.
Ah, this sounds like epistemology. A
Hey.
field so occupied by thought that it begins to question thought itself. However, there is no way these young men could possibly be aware of her work.
I know that you don't know shit.
Exactly. How can one know shit? For example, how can one be sure that there truly is a body hanging behind a hostel?
What if it's art?
What if
or
it's
just
art?
a mere specter?
Brilliant work of art. A man is dead and we need answers.
So what do you think we know?
You know Cindy the Skull?
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
I know all about him.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. Odd, there isn't a hint of hate in them. It's like they're piss and fuck the world out of some kind of moral obligation. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
See, you kids are into hypnotic dance music?
Oh man, yeah. We're not fucking kids, man.
Be wary of the abyss.
It's
Why?
a threat. An impotent threat of violence.
Nervously shake your head. Just wanted to talk about music and now there's a conflict all of a sudden. It's too much.
That's right. You should back off.
Looking
Let
unsure of
silence rule
himself.
supreme.
This is ridiculous. Boys, do you know why the gang is called Skulls?
Yeah. The skull symbolizes the embrace of death and nothingness, present in all of us. The vehicle of our future operations. Death and nothingness.
They're called Skulls because when you are shot dead in the middle of the street, the skull is the only part the stray dogs want to eat.
Just trust me and follow my lead.
You aimed a loaded gun at a little girl. I think I've got a little bit of wiggling room here.
I didn't mean anything by that. Just playing with words here, that's all.
Yeah, man. We just talking, philosophizing. No crimes are being committed. And you wanted to talk too, right?
Why aren't there more skulls in
The
Martinez?
Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Apart from the unions themselves, of course.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Yeah, we are.
Rhetoric is confusing.
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
Makes you think the organization would accept you?
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
But in a non-threatening and definitely legal way.
We'll fuck the system from the inside later. Just be cool now. The damage will be tenfold.
Right on, fuck. So what's happening now?
With the jackets.
What about them? Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences. Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message.
Makes sense.
What I mean by this is, we are all pissed, and that the world is inherently meaningless.
It seems that the young man has a certain expertise in at least one field, even if it's rather narrow.
Incredible encyclopedia check.
Like I said before,
Yeah.
many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though,
blow it up.
You get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking someone.
Genius.
Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Hate to admit it, but in a weird way, he's got a point.
Oh, the rhetoric check makes it funnier.
Is it a coincidence that here we have 2 badass jackets and 2 badass cops?
Hey, Kim.
Yes?
Do you think it's a coincidence?
What is?
There are 2 of us and 2 of these jackets.
What are you implying?
You know what I'm implying.
No, I don't. What are you implying?
God, I shouldn't have chosen this.
Neither.
It's just a mental exercise.
If only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think peace is the stronger of the 2 statements.
I feel more like a fuck the world kind of guy.
Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
So are we done here? Or
Half-Light.
you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Ask for the jackets for yourself and the lieutenants. Red check. Kim showed good tactics. They're just off-brand skulls. Demonstrated authority. Half-Light. I think I do have stuff to boost that. May as well do the red check. I'm going to get some healing that I don't need, unfortunately, but... -1 Half-Light. Alright, let's give it a shot. Come on.
Hey,
dice.
Look who it is.
No.
Oh my god.
Don't ask anything. Be subtle and scary. The boys dream about being skulls. Use that.
Wait, how?
Suggest they're massive skulls. Come on.
There's those jackets. You're going to be the Skull Kings in no time.
No. Skulls don't have kings. I think. And we're not even in yet.
Yeah, man, keep your voice down. Skulls don't take it lightly when folks pretend to be them. We're not even prospects yet.
Prospect must be a hierarchical term. Probably in the lower end.
Raise your voice. Not even prospects and already aspiring to be kings?
Wow, you boys are ambitious. Only prospects and already planning a coup in the skulls. You're destined to go far.
Kim's playing along.
He gets it. Passive-aggressive flattery.
Shut the fuck up. Are you trying to get us killed?
Now bring it to the jackets and, yes, start shouting.
Yes, we want to be a cool killer skulls too. Like you guys, but we don't have skull jackets.
Please be quiet. What? What do you want? The jackets?
You got it. No need for cruelty.
Lower your voice. Yes, the jackets.
Oh, man. Okay. I get it. Skulls don't really wear slogans anyway. This was stupid.
Oh, I love that you use the skill to...
You look like total shit. We look flashy as hell.
Oh shit, I guess I skipped some dialogue by accident. Passive-aggressively suck the wind out of the sails of some juvenile delinquents.
Watches the boys take their jackets off with mild amusement.
Take the other one.
I'm absolutely okay with not having either one, thank you.
Why not? They're a pair. We could really raise hell. Go undercover. Hard.
This case doesn't require us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jackets will be useful at all. I just wanted them to not have them anymore.
Cold-hearted cop.
It's good to know we have a pair, in case the need arises.
The need will not arise.
The jackets are meant to complete each other. If a man was standing alone on a street corner with piss written on his back, it'd just be an individual that has taken a liking to urine. And fuck the world, all on its own, is, frankly, generic.
I don't know, Eric.
That's an easy conceptualization check.
Yeah, let's get out of here. The cops fucked us.
Incredible. Of all the red checks to succeed on...
Apricot chewing gum scented one. August 2nd.
Ooh, plus 2
Early
perception.
next summer.
That's pretty significant.
You're getting off the streetcar in Le Jardin, east of the river. Her father and mother are middle class. The nylon of her little jacket rustles next to you in the dark, like autumn leaves. Her heels click on the pavement. You're walking up to the gate in front of her parents' house. She takes out her chewing gum and you kiss her. A feeling like electricity flows through your whole body. Immediately, you know that you've entered a completely different world.
I have a perception check. There's the window, which hasn't rerolled yet. Okay. I guess getting a thought bonus doesn't count for unlocking a check. It's fair. So maybe I want to put a point into that. What are the stat bonuses on those? Hold on 1 second. I'm going to get this back on. +1 drama, no fucks given. -1 authority. Wait, I'm a detective? +1 half-light, -1 rhetoric. An elegant statement. Someone on Discord was like, you know, because I asked the questions, like, is there a way to know what the skills do or something without seeing this menu? And they were like, there's 50 paragraphs describing what the skills do. You chose not to read them. And I'm like, I like the text of this game, but when I'm first starting playing it, I don't know that the text is magical. Like, should I really spend character creation reading 50 paragraphs before playing the game? Now I know it's worth it, though. Oh shit, I guess there's a orb there. Yeah, exactly, Capo. Like, I feel like you have to have already been playing the game for any of that text to make any sense.
A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blisters.
Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here. Okay, here.
Okay, here. I hope Saint Baptiste makes you feel better or something.
Oh, I didn't mean to get the Dramamine. Oops. Well, now I've got enough to heal. Perfect. Yeah, exactly. I had no idea what this was going to even be. I think that's probably one of the biggest challenges I have as a streamer. I'm sure a lot of people have as YouTubers of like trying to do blind playthroughs of games.
Smell that.
Anyone who's played the game before has this curse of knowledge, and it's like impossible to shake loose from not knowing what the game is, right? So it's worse for different genres. I think it's especially bad for like puzzle games, that if you're watching someone play a puzzle game, you're like, oh my god, what the hell is wrong with you? Why can't you see the solution, you know?
Can you not detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness, that sense that the world is in need of dramatic, even violent reordering?
Does that mean there's a communist nearby?
Undoubtedly. And the scent is coming.
Oh, we already know that about Manana.
Over there. Yes, now's your chance to establish contact.
Let's do it.
But be easy about it. Communists have been known to charge when startled.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Attempt to establish contact.
What's that, boy?
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in.
It involves our mutual friend, Cross. Put your hands next to your head and curl your fingers like deer antlers. Looking for a secret cabal of mole people. I love how these are all my version of insinuating.
Could be coming from one of the jam lorries. Cargo's been sitting out for a while.
You know how to grind a sausage.
Have you tried a butcher shop?
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon.
That makes sense, Yum. I'm looking for communists. You know any?
Ah, now I see. Can't say I'm surprised. You seem to take your communism seriously. Not a bad thing, mind you. It's good for a man to take time to think about the whole socio-political world picture.
Oh, he certainly likes to take his time with things, especially when politics are at issue.
So you've given up copying and now you're hunting comunistas. Care to say why?
I'm not hunting communism. I'm trying to get organized.
Oh, I see. I wish I could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas.
Well, you said you're not really a communist. Aren't you actually a communist?
Maybe not. Either way, I'm not institutional. A man's got to blaze his own trail, in my book.
Blazing his own trail. Being his own man. Not exactly your typical communist spiel. Okay, so maybe he's not exactly a communist, but there's definitely some communistic residue about him.
He's the one that we had a line about him before where it was like he doesn't feel comfortable calling himself a communist because he's too lazy to do anything.
You know, I did meet a genuine ideologo a few months ago. Perhaps he is your guy. You know, a guy with a theory. Someone who likes to pit his theory against other theories in deadly theory combat.
How'd you meet him?
It was late one night as I was leaving the arbor. He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket. Classic Saramirizian style. He asked me for a light. We shared cigarettes. Then he asked me if I ever thought about getting into some of the extra physical branches of communism.
An extremely cool way to establish contact. Wish I'd thought of that.
I don't think so, Boya. I took it to mean he was asking me to join some sort of underground cell. A very old school organizing technique. The sort of thing comunistas used to do before the revolution.
What did you tell him?
The same thing I always tell people who try to press some claim on me. I said, every boyadero rides alone.
Where did I find this
couldn't
guy?
tell you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he
I think I
disappeared.
know who he's
back
talking
into the
about.
night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said, "Remember Dobrava and Abadanais," and then he was gone. I don't know. Guess not everyone remembers.
What do you think it
Been
means?
wondering about that myself. Some comunista inside talk could be. Not meant for the wider public. They love that kind of thing. You'd have to ask someone who knows the ideologo personally. I have to say though, it sounds like you found yourselves a proper hunt.
The man whispers a jaunty tune. A coastal breeze ruffles his hair.
Nice. Okay, well, we know who to talk to. Let me finish what I was doing. This game is full of ooh, a piece of candy loops, right? Generally doesn't punish you for getting distracted. Yeah, I hear you, Yum, though. I don't know anyone dared to watch me play Baba as you. Especially if they already knew some of the harder puzzle solutions. It's because of curse of knowledge. I don't think that the curse itself is avoidable or that people should feel bad for feeling frustrated like that. It's just frustrating when the gap closes from, like, you don't know this, even though I know this. What is wrong with you, you dummy? Are you just ignoring it, right? As opposed to, you didn't notice this and I did. And maybe I can imagine a world in which I also didn't notice it. It's just an empathy thing.
Yes, of course. Now we're on the right track.
Thanks, Rhetoric.
It smells like...
Not a communist.
We're getting crates and pallets calling to mind. Vast stands of winter pines.
I don't think he would be a troop, but we'll find out, I guess.
Absorbed by heavy carpet fibers, but also a pervasive, treacly sweetness that somehow reminds you of cola nuts.
I thought this said koala nuts for a second. I was really confused.
The whole place could probably use a good deep cleaning, you think?
What's up, Kim? Willfully indifferent to your presence. A fishing rod.
Mr. Dubois, every worker is a god, right? What can I do for you today?
Oh, I never did mail this shit. That's right, I forgot about the mailbox. There's a mega-rich light-bending guy inside.
Mega-rich light-bending guy? Oh my god. How did that get in there?
Slime like him must have oozed in through the cracks.
Damn it to hell, Harry. I specifically told my guys to check all the containers for mega-rich light-bending guys.
I think he wants to take down the proletariat.
Honestly, Harry, we might be moving all kinds of suspicious things through this harbour, but I won't be caught transporting the light-bending mega-rich. I have a reputation to protect.
Be honored by the presence of this magus. The mysterious bond of nationhood.
You're right, Harry. I am a socialist. I'm going to catch the mega-rich guy inside the container and harvest his energy to power the harbour's fog lights.
The fuck?
I shudder to think what you're going to tell me next, Harry.
Not for 1 second did he believe there's an actual mega-rich person somewhere in his container town.
Looking for a cell of underground communists. Can you help
Mr.
me?
Dubois, really? Do I look like a man who has time for underground communists? I'm as above ground as it gets.
Let's drop the funny stuff. I'm trying to make contact with my revolutionary brethren.
Sure thing, Harry. We're all business now. The answer is still no. I'm a busy man, as you can see. I don't block off time on my schedule for underground types.
That note of contempt in his voice is sincere, sire.
You've already spoken with Manana, as I understand. I'm afraid I don't have anything else for you on this subject. Now, was there anything else you wish to discuss?
Let me go mail this thing. Hold on. Still can't teleport. It worked one time and never again. Oh, it hurts. Alright, it's a bit of a walk. So we're going to be going for at least 2 more hours. I'll probably just check in with how reasonable it would be to finish today. I assume there's still a lot left to do. Probably even if we go for 6 hours, we'll have another full session remaining. Based on my mental picture of places we haven't visited yet. I guess that's all assuming that there's no gigantic explorable areas beyond the water lock other than the fishing village. I'm basing that on nothing at all. if folks in chat had to just pull a number out of your butts for how much time I have left, is it like of order 5 hours, 10 hours, 15 hours, 20 hours? Usually I have the how long to beat as a guide, but with the final cut, I have no idea. And I also feel like I've been like really squeezing all of this content dry, staying up till 2 in the morning and going down every dialogue tree. Between 5 and 10. Okay. I don't think I'll be going that late tonight, so we'll probably stop at the 6-hour mark, and then I'll do another long stream next week. Okay. Ooh. My perception bonus? Something down there.
The dented yellow mailbox greets you with its graffito and bullet holes in the front.
I knew we'd get to use this mailbox for something.
Yes, for sending mail.
You drop the white envelope in the darkness. It lands with a soft thud on what sounds like a couple of letters. About a week's worth of mail as collected in there. They'll empty this very soon. Probably did the right thing. You can't trust that slug Everard. You know he's going to play you somehow.
All right, let's go back to Everard. If we don't mention anything to him, he won't know before it's too late.
I took my pen, though, cruelly. I feel like I should just try that Mega Rich Light Bending Guy conceptualization check. I have equipment that gives me boosts. What are my thoughts doing, by the way? Homosexual Underground. Cold Mama Dakwa. Probably don't need to be carrying this tear bag around all the time, but because I think I've already picked up most of the bottles that were visible. I guess maybe I'll equip it temporarily if I happen to find another new area to explore. Oh god. Here we go.
Mr. Dubois, every worker is a god, right? What can I do for you today?
All the
Golden
signatures.
Boy returns once more. Wonderful. Simply wonderful, Harry. Of course. I already knew this. My friend, the mailman, confirms the letter is on its way. You've done a great thing today. You've given the children of Martinez a future and proven to be a true man of the left. I can finally trust you now. You're in my inner circle. You too, Mr. Kitsuragi. We can talk about anything. The strike, the murder, your lost gun, nothing is off the table.
So could I have avoided this side quest if I had gotten better rolls in earlier
Well
checks?
done, sire. By guile and deceit, you're in.
You get my gun
Harry,
now?
I've got to be honest with you. Your gun was found 2 days ago. Withholding this information weighed heavily on me, but it had to be done.
Where is
An
it?
old woman has it, and let me tell you, Harry, word on the street is she's a character, so watch out.
Character.
This must be the woman who bought the gun from Roy. The one he described as terrifying.
Gun's still with the woman who bought it from
Yes,
Roy.
the same one. I see you've done your research. The pawn shop made the gun easy to track. Crazy stuff, Harry. Selling your gun like that? Wild. Anyway, the neighbors of this old woman contacted my men because they trust me and the Debardeurs Union. Apparently, she was waving it around at the entrance to her building.
Just waving it around to
As
people?
I said, she's a character. I didn't have time for details. It sounds like she's unstable, but don't worry. No one got hurt.
It sounds like a very disturbed and desperate individual. We might be looking at someone with a medical history here. Watch out.
Who is this old woman? Does anyone know, are the passive checks ever nested? Like, is it sometimes required that I pass the challenging empathy check in order to get a chance to do the challenging encyclopedia check?
Unfortunately, I don't know anymore. You're gonna have to go in blind, Harry. But she's an old lady. How dangerous can she possibly be? Oh, and she calls herself the Pigs.
There it is again. The pigs. Like Roy said, not good at all.
I, for one, find it refreshing. Finally, someone calls themselves a pig.
It actually sounds extremely bad, but let's not give him the satisfaction.
Can you set up a
I
meeting?
already have. Tonight, starting 10 o'clock, near the old fish market on the coast. The one on the boardwalk, a little past the fishing village. Be careful, Harry. I would never set you up for anything.
Oh, that's super
dangerous,
late. Okay.
But you did ask for this. Now, back to the fun stuff.
Too bad I didn't do that yesterday. I completely lost track of what I was doing.
From 2200 hours till 0200 hours.
More fun stuff. Seems like we already have fun stuff to do.
Did you order the hangman kill?
I did not, Harry. Although I am very, very glad he's dead.
What do you gain from him being
Why,
dead?
a war, of course.
And what do you have to gain from a war?
Victory, Mr. Kitsuragi. I have victory to gain. We are going to start a war with the Wild Pines group and win before they even realize there is a war.
They're trained military people.
Harry, we outnumber them 1,500 to 1. And that's just Martinez. With all the unions in Revachol, and with public opinion on our side, we can hold off 2 men, or 15 men, or even 50 men. The more they send, the worse it's going to look for them. They made a huge mistake hiring those guys. No one likes foreign mercenaries. The leftists hate them, the fascists hate them, even the moralists think they're in bad taste.
How is this connected to the strike?
Harry, there is no strike, only war. Class war. Or, in business terms, a dawn raid. Or wait. Is that when you still pay them something? Because we won't do that. We're not going to give nothing. We're going to take Terminal B away from them. The roads, the gates, the containers, that big crane, even the damn coffee maker. We're going to take all of it for the people, and fuck Wild Pines.
The word fuck rings like a gunshot from his mouth. He doesn't swear often.
I like it.
So that's why you haven't let Joyce in?
Yes. It's also why I let that midget Gaumont go. He's too nice. I can't put him through this. Plus, he knows how to get in here. That woman can't tell her tits from her arsehole. She has no chance.
What?
Tits from her arsehole. It's a local saying.
What encyclopedia?
Actually,
no,
it's not.
Damn it, Rhetoric, how dare you? You encyclopedia blocked me.
Because we're friends, Harry. Besides, it doesn't matter now. You can go tell her if you want.
I've had characters encyclopedia block me, but never another skill.
Head start. It's already happening.
How many of you guys are there in the Union?
2,372. Plus yours truly, of course.
2,373 is a sizable contingent for a labor organization in Revachol.
Are you going to fund it?
Oh, you mean what sort of goods are going to be flowing through? How am I going to replace all the contacts we'll lose once the poo-poo hits the fan? The clients will ditch us. Harry, we've thought of everything.
Clients would take a well-known multinational conglomerate over a local mobster any day.
Clients will leave in mess.
Sure, some will go, but mark my words. The company will be unpleasantly surprised to see how many of them stay loyal to Martinez and to the new competitive contracts we can offer. With renewed zeal sparked by communal ownership, the men will be shipping those containers double time. You'll be surprised to see how fast things go without parasites latching on. We'll have our hands free to pursue bold, exotic new revenue streams.
That's drugs.
Drug trafficking.
Drug trafficking? Don't be stupid, Mr. Kitsuragi. There are perfectly legal, 100% ethical chemical factories on the Samaran Isola. You don't need to be colonialist about it. All they do is produce components to keep the pharmaceutical industry running. That's people's health we're talking about. Old grannies, little babes, people with disabilities.
I'm taking this part.
The company thinks transporting these chemicals in bulk looks bad, has bad optics, may be illegal in some countries. The Debarders Union, however, we're all about the large volume column.
In bulk shipping, large volume column is a major buyer, a shark.
A whale.
We're gonna transport the living daylights out of those materials, Harry. So
Maybe
your
there aren't
sick
whales
kid
in this
can get his
universe.
Benefed, and your wacky uncle doesn't have to come off risperidone.
Benefed is a children's cold medicine, usually apricot flavored, and risperidone is used to treat severe psychosis.
Look at these back-to-back encyclopedia
Kids on the
checks.
street can get speed and pyrrolidone.
I'm an old-fashioned guy, Mr. Kitsuragi. I sometimes grab a beer with the boys, but I have no idea about the things you just mentioned. But if I were to supply ingredients for some sort of rainbow party, I would make sure the Union took a fantastic share. And I'd keep that stuff far away from Martinez.
He's basically admitting to it.
God, this conversation is dopamine fountain. Keeps out of more dangerous hands.
You know why you're such a good detective, Harry? You don't get sidetracked. You care about the people you're supposed to protect, not some systems that may or may not be unethical. Anyway, let's not focus on the sensationalism of the drug trade. This hypothetical drug trade is all anyone ever seems to be interested in. It would only be a small part of the harbor's turnover, just like the harbor is, but a small part of Martinez. Let's look at the big picture. Martinez as a whole. There are little girls out there with dreams of making music. Young mothers who want to start businesses. Models who want to walk catwalks and steel welders who want to weld steel. I'm gonna unite them all into one economic body. We're gonna incorporate this place to Kingdom Come. Everyone's gonna be in on the wealth, and everyone's gonna pull their weight.
Let's keep focusing on the drug trade. He was almost admitting to it.
Hold on, I don't want to look at the big picture. I want to look at the drug trade you almost admitted to.
No, Harry. That's boring. All right, it's gone. The hypothetical raw materials trade is off the table. It's such a small and insignificant slice of revenue, I'm cutting it. Boys. Harry felt queasy about it. We're not doing it. Can we talk about my beautiful incorporated Martinez and its many-sided business ventures now? This bold new vision of incorporated socialism I'm offering?
I love what you're doing for the working man.
Thank you,
Do
Harry.
I?
Thank you. You have no idea how much it means to me, because in many ways, you are that working man. You have already done so much work.
This guy is such a great bullshit artist. They ask you about specific union members.
We're way past specific union members now. This is the big time. We're talking about the future of Revachol here, Harry.
I mean for the
You
investigation.
can bother Leonard with that. He loves to run his mouth on such matters. But I'm in big-time mode, Harry.
There's something different about him now. He's more vibrant, more alive in his big-time mode.
I know you plan to force them out with a construction noise. There's a lot of good moments in this game. Like, I think I'm going to remember this game for a long time, more so than I do others. And I think that almost dying to sitting in an uncomfortable chair is going to be like a core memory.
Harry, by now you should know I would never do anything tricky like that. However, If the construction noise and limited street access makes some people consider moving, well, let's just say there'll be freshly renovated buildings near the roundabout where those poor people can finally enjoy a significant uptick in quality of life. I'm talking real affordable workers' palaces.
He proudly spreads his hands to demonstrate the size of the palaces. They're very large.
So the village is doomed.
You were there, you saw the place, a wasteland, there's nothing left. But mark my words, officers, we are going to reset it. Reset. I have big plans for Marstead.
Yeah, the narrator they got is awesome. I hope he gets lots of work.
On the coast. That land will be used for municipal buildings and commerce. Harry, imagine a youth centre supermarket church complex, employing hundreds, no, thousands of people. The coast will be lit up with enterprise and life. All those ruins out there turned into low-income housing. Harry, enough is enough. We're taking this district back. The war was 50 years ago, for God's sake. It's time to move on.
Knew you were a man of the people.
And I knew you were one too, Harry. Right when you rolled into town. I've got the centre, I've got room for a retail complex, and in 4 years I'll get the church too.
You're not going to get the church.
The wheels are turning, Harry. The wheels of progress. This post-war limbo, I won't stand for it. There are kids practically playing with their own feces out there. It cannot go on.
There is true indignation in his voice when he speaks about the state of things,
Hmm.
and even a touch of pain.
Yeah, I like that he's not just a 100% scumbag. Like, whenever he talks about making things better for the people of Marstead, even though he's doing this scummy thing, right?
And then there will be a giant statue of him towering above it all.
I love Conceptualization's comment on it. Will you erect a statue to yourself?
I'm not a symbolist, Harry. I'm a realist. My statue will be Marstead's rebuilt. 5-story building complexes, kids off speed, and landowners in a zone hating me. That will be my statue. And yours. We're doing this together. Oh, I do, Harry. I really do. I'm gonna make the working man richer than Joyce Messier with that vote of yours. That's my job. Just like yours is to keep the peace. Great, Harry, great. I think we have truly built a bridge between Marstead and Jamrock today. We have united the RCM and the Debarders Union. This has been so great. I'm sorry we don't have more fun things to do together, but if you ever feel like bouncing something off me, my door is always open.
Yes, he points to you, then himself. A few more questions about the harbor.
I'm always happy to educate and very nice, Harry. Is there...
Okay, hopefully I now get the bonus with Titus et al. I am working off a really significant authority penalty, but I think I've got a few pieces of gear that impact it. I wonder if the narrator guy's on, what is it, Cameo? Is that the voice acting service? You can pay like $20 to have them read a line.
Oh, hey, mister. No trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all.
I ask
Mr.
about
Everett
someone.
doesn't really want me to talk to people about union guys. But who did you want to talk about?
Oh, I can't wait to ask about the guy in the container. Titus.
Oh, Titus is a longshoreman through and through. He was born on a boat, they say. His veins are probably filled with
Not like the rap
saltwater
group in Cameo.
Nice, friendly sort, old Titus is.
This Edgar guy.
Mr. Edgar is Mr. Everett's brother. He looks a bit younger, he does, but a very smart fellow. Very smart fellow indeed. He's away on some union business. Not even in Revershaw, they say. All kinds of places he visits. Him and his brother both do when they're on a vacation. Right now, it's Mr. Everett's turn to look after the union. But last year he spent a whole winter in South Africa. Left with the first autumn rains and didn't come back before the trees were green again.
South Safari. A lot of bulk chemical manufacturing going on there. A lot of cargo shipments being made too.
Oh, that's awesome. The Darkest Dungeon narrator.
He's a union man through and through. Good guy. He's very calm, laid back, doesn't do much, talks to Everett sometimes.
There's some great narrator line memes on the Darkest Dungeon subreddit. I was excited when I unlocked that. Do we know when Darkest Dungeon 2 is coming out? I'd let myself forget about that.
Honestly, I don't know what he does for us, but it must be important because everybody likes him. Yes, they do. I think that's what he does. He makes everyone feel a little better.
Measurehead.
Oh, he's really something. He doesn't talk much to me usually, but when he does, I don't really understand most of what he's saying. Actually, I don't think he would like me running my mouth about him like that. Once he said he's a dragon to this mob fellow who came picking a fight with some Union men. I think he really believes Jean-Luc was a dragon because he ran right off. Another time he almost killed another guy, but I shouldn't talk about that.
What about the guy in the container?
What do you mean, mister?
You do realize he might just be a figment of your imagination, right?
Fancy guy in a suit in that container over there.
I don't know anyone like this, mister. Maybe he's one of Mr. Everett's fancy friends. He knows all kinds of fancy people with suits and purdy carriages.
He really feels very uncomfortable discussing matters related to Everett with you.
Whatever.
I'd best not. I mean, I could, but I don't think Mr. Everett would like it very much. You better ask him yourself, mister.
The ever-present smile on Leo's face gets even warmer.
The night guard. Ooh, he's a peculiar fellow. He's the strong, silent type, you could say.
Well, yeah, I'm excited. Darkest Dungeon 1 was a very well-made game.
We talk all the time, but I don't really know much about him. He plays petanque with my old human studies teacher, Mr. Martin, down at the plaza. I think he's the only fellow who actually knows old Renee.
Like the ultimate risk-reward analysis
They
game.
lived on the same street their entire lives. Even dated the same girl on and off for as long as I can remember. Strange fellows. Mr. Martin was always real nice to me in school. I remember once.
Gaston was your human studies teacher?
Mr. Martin, yes. Don't really remember much about him. I was just a boy back then. Sure, mister. What can Leo do for you?
Thanks, dude. Assume I don't have anything new from the Mega Rich light bending guy. But I'll check and see if there's any circumstance modifiers to the red check yet.
Welcome back, gentlemen.
Nope.
What can I do for you?
His voice actor is great too. Just out of curiosity, what do I have for conceptualization? +1, +2. Just +2, I think. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I feel like most of the things that were frustrating for me about Darkest Dungeon were things that I think they almost couldn't really change without sacrificing what the game is about. Like, a lot of it had to do with, you know, failing tended to result in a massive time loss, but like, the time loss was what made it feel so impactful, you know? Like, I'll complain standing on my head about how I hate the limited saves in Resident Evil, but I'm much more tense in a Resident Evil game with limited saves than one that's like auto-saving constantly. It's a trade-off thing. Everything in game design, you lose something when you add something. I think in the case of Darkest Dungeon, the trade-off is worth it for me. That's interesting.
The unpromising race.
Let's see what the tightest check looks like now. I might put a skill point into perception so I get another chance at the window.
Wait, no. Something about this bunch doesn't smell right.
Efforts, guys?
They are, but they don't seem too keen to talk with you, do they? No, they don't. Glenn seems to be contemplating grievous bodily harm while he massages his raw knuckles. In the far back, Eugene is doing his best to ignore you. And from his perch at the end of the table, Titus Hardy himself stares at you with a cold contempt that makes you want to leave the cafeteria straight away. Besides, you're pretty sure they consider themselves social democrats.
Hey, man.
Hi again, Gendarme. Bye-bye, Gendarme.
Oh, maybe I need someone else to finish drawing my attention to him. Okay.
Behind the dock workers.
Oh, I got 4 points, so yeah, I'm definitely spending them. I have stuff that gives me perception, right? I know I have stuff that penalizes it.
Behind the dock workers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches.
Wow, even with all
scrape
these
the glass
modifiers,
like
it's
bony
still
fingers.
basically double 6 only. Okay, good to know.
As always. Keep at it. There must be a reason you've looked out this window so many times.
Thank you, Inland Empire.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
It's minus 12 for it's not the right time. You never talked. You promised you'd cooperate.
Oh, so you went and talked to my mommy, and now she's making me play with you. Is that it, lawman?
And what's gonna happen if we don't? You're gonna go and tell on us?
Would never tell on someone. Very mature, guys. Ever a certain word, right?
Yeah, I heard him. Now, fuck do you think I'm doing here? You'd have your ass handed to you if it wasn't for the boss man's word. Let me state this very clearly, capo. Hello, officer. I'm Titus Hardy, and these are my boys, Hardy boys. How may we assist you?
I was half expecting him to, like, go up a register.
Having Everard back you up like that did seem to have some effect.
Ugh. The bonus from Everett asking them to cooperate is not very good.
Again.
Good one, Ty.
Let's not do the just arrest him
Stop,
thing.
sit. He spent and then the in on his neck. Let's call size in the exact.
I've seen this before, is why I'm spamming through it. Okay, I'm trying to equip some authority stuff, and maybe I'll give this another try, because it is a white check, and I have skill points to burn. -1 authority, god. But I had something that gave me +1 authority. I know I have stuff that penalizes it. Yeah, that shirt's not doing me any favors. I thought like the RCM jacket. I guess it shivers and cop magic. Huh. Yeah, let's just talk to him shirtless. Is there like an inherent bonus for being shirtless? That would be kind of funny.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
8%, God.
This time it's going to work. You already ruled out the first bad option that didn't. Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent and has great results. You're probably right. The others are only there for filler.
Yeah, right.
To make the gun thing pop.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, all right? We took care of it. The law handled it, all right?
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
We're both the law. You start to think about it.
Asshole. You're nobody. I'm the law.
Stop yelling about the goddamn law in my establishment. We get it. You're all the law.
Let's just all cool off. We had some questions, that's all.
I'm going to put in another point. That's probably the last one I can afford. I have to see if I can get another... I was expecting to get a giant boost from this. But do I still have -2 from something else? Hold on. Ah. It still shows a -2. But I should have a penalty from thoughts. Well, it says bonus from thoughts is -1, bonus from items is -2. Unless if it accidentally put one of the bonuses from thoughts in there. And that's just like an error. Yeah, I wonder if that's a glitch. Let me try unequipping everything. Oh, it still says -2. Ah.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Zero. Oh yeah, I have the thing back on. Circus left town.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
Yes, yes. 17%. Nope.
You have so many bad options ruled out. It's
Stop the
Yeah.
No ass.
Let's just all cool off.
Need to work on your lines, Titus. Guess I could afford to put one more point in there. This seems like it's a pretty important check. This is my only lead for the investigation at the moment, I think.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
28. Nope.
You have so many bad options ruled out. It's insane. There is no way in the world you won't do it this time.
Kim, I'm only getting total garbage here. Please help.
You know what? You guys must be the cops. Because this is what cops do, right?
It's jerk store call. They're running out of you.
Bar, sit on their fat asses like they own the place, while the neighborhood goes to shit. Corpses hang from trees. Kids shoot up.
Man, Kim.
Hey, we don't have to fucking take this shit.
Glenn.
Everyone shut up! Fuck you, man.
You didn't see the place.
It's kind of
before
nice that
we
you get
got
extra
here.
results here if you fail repeatedly.
Graffito everywhere.
Congratulations on the graffito removal. All I see is you sitting around talking about Monica's titties while there's a rape victim.
So what? What do you want from me? We took care of that fuck.
Don't let him drink that.
The ledger's
One
minus
more
2?
push.
Oh god,
Quick.
thank you. I didn't realize they had stat bonuses.
Titus?
She stops mid-sentence. That's it. You got him. He's going to give it up, but on his terms.
You want to talk to her, cop? Fine. I'm gonna let you talk to her, but you treat her with respect. If you don't, if you question her, harass her, a freight train of pain, buddy.
What is her name?
Klaasje, I'm on due. She's staying here at the Whirling in Rags, a real pretty one. Silvery jumpsuit, blonde. That's
Was that the lady I met at the very beginning?
O-U.
Shit. The girl upstairs? That can't be her. She knows you drank so hard you forgot you were a cop.
Said you don't remember being a cop. Said you don't remember reality. Talked about your room and crying.
Yeah. Blonde. Tall.
Said Klaasje.
2 rooms over from yours.
Piranha disco dancer?
Why not? You've probably seen her around.
You inexplicably add cool after the victim's name, with your eyes bulging like some wild beast. Your fingers are fidgeting and sweat starts forming on your brow as Titus looks at you oddly.
I don't understand what's so cool here.
Nothing. We just have a few more questions. Then we'll be on our way.
Calm. Normal. Try to forget this little hiccup.
Her relationship with the mercenary.
Relationship? There was no fucking relationship. He raped her. That's their relationship.
Something is off here. His anger is possessive.
Was like that karaoke incident all over again. Or like some of the other girls he was harassing.
Okay, enough.
She's the one that
All
made
of
the phone
this
call.
is irrelevant to your stated investigation.
He did it before we killed him. He's not gonna do it again. So what does it matter?
It would help if we establish a timeline.
All right. 2 weeks, maybe? I don't know. I need another beer.
Here you go, boss.
What is your relationship with
I
her?
know her.
How well do you know her?
A small twitch in the corner of Kim's mouth. He has a hunch about what knowing means.
Well enough, Copper. We party. She's been here for a few months.
He tries to make it sound real casual, but the muscles on his neck tighten.
I see. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Another question?
You mean Revachol? Nah. Our Miss Aranye disco dancer is an immigrant or a drifter of some sort. Been staying over here over the winter.
Don't you give her any more trouble. She's just had some bad luck, that's all.
Shut up, Angie. She doesn't need your help.
Titus gives them both a look. They fall silent. What's with all the silences? It's like these guys don't know how to feel about this. You should keep picking at it.
Said you partied. Cool. That's cool. But what did you
What
mean?
do you think I meant?
Sex, drugs, and karaoke, right?
Yes. Yes. And no. Got something to say about it?
2 of you were close?
No, we just fucked. That's all. I'm not gonna give you any details if that's what you're after. So put your dick away.
He really went out of his way to seem comfortable with this topic. That's all you're gonna get for now. He's doing a good job here. A commendable performance of I don't give a shit.
He's trying so hard.
You don't know her.
You're right, I don't.
Good boy. Remember what I said. Freight train of pain.
That's cool, though, that, like, this seems like a really important skill check, and if you fail it enough times, Kim steps in. But I guess if you just happen to get lucky before that, you wouldn't know that the game was there to bail you out. Hey, sir.
Officer.
But I think
what
it's
was
like
that?
3 consecutive failures. I mean, the sweating and the fidgeting? Yes. The sort of quivering jello thing with the eye? Point to your twitching eye.
Yes.
It was nothing. I think I know that
Victim,
woman.
Is there something I should know before we talk to her?
Whatever you do, don't say the first thing.
Thanks, Rhetoric.
That's clearly your interrogation technique. Anything else? Understood. You were not in good shape on Monday.
She knows I didn't remember being a cop.
Okay, that's manageable.
She knows I did some pretty crazy stuff before I passed out.
So she overheard you? Or did you party together?
So this is what it feels like to be interviewed.
Mm-hmm. I got
What
another
if you
nod.
do, but you just don't remember that you do? You'll get through it.
She overheard me listening to music and doing weird things from her room. It's the one next to yours.
Anything else? We'll be all right, Lieutenant. This is nothing.
You feel fortified by his assurance. It's going to be all right.
Thanks,
Is it,
Kim.
though? Nothing. You're still in for a bumpy ride here. Try not to mess it up.
I can't believe that they've managed to make, and maybe the player is filling in blanks here to make it feel smoother, but they've managed to make Kim going from, like, being exasperated with you and just, like, doing his best to put up with you. Like, that's still happening, but I have this, they've, like, pulled off this illusion that, like, we have rapport now. And I feel like a clumsier game, there would be random conversations where he suddenly sounds like he's at max rapport, and other combinations where he's completely fucking tired of you, right? And they've managed to make the rapport conversations subtle enough that it's like if you get 6 or 7 of them in a row, you feel like you're friends with Kim, instead of it feeling jarring. Oh no, there was a bug? Oh, that would make me so sad.
The door is closed.
Who is it?
Tired. Controlled.
This is the police. Can we come in?
Come on up. The door is open. I'm drying my hair.
Sounds like it's coming from upstairs somewhere. You could snoop around before going up.
She reminds me of Diane from Twin Peaks. This room has saddle over it. Reminds me of your own. Shit. 4 months of payments for this room.
This medicine cabinet is full of wares. Sheets of pills, haphazardly stacked, one on top of the other. There's also a toothbrush somewhere in there.
Way better than mine,
It's
yeah.
been used quite a lot. But not for scrubbing blood off towels, or anything else interesting, it seems. This toothbrush belongs to someone who doesn't give a damn about her teeth. Pharmaceuticals line the shelves, sheet upon sheet of pill bottle next to pill bottle. Acetylic acid, APAP, eye drops, blood thinners.
Quite a collection in here.
Anything of note?
Pill
Search the
bottles
bottles.
rattle like bones as you search the cabinet. Paracetamol, something in a foreign language you can't read. Behind them, an unusually shaped nasal spray. Its label reads, Nacra. Nacra? This is used to treat opioid overdoses. Always handy to have around.
Opioid antagonist.
Interesting. That's used for diamorphine overdoses.
Among some foreign, probably Messinian or Gottwaldian, marked red blister packs you find. What do you find? This is going to take a little know-how.
Let's try it here. So the ledger, when I look at it here, doesn't show any stats. Hold on. Does it show me it here? Ledger of failure and hatred. The other tools give you invisible stat bonuses? Oh, I got another chance at the cafeteria window. Interesting.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with...
Oh yeah, electrochemistry. Inland Empire, Empathy, Authority. Wait, so it's only the board that has stats? No shit. Okay. Well, I spent a bunch of points on it, but maybe there'll be another... I feel like that's like the authority check. Maybe there'll be another one, though. It would help if I could just remember these, but I can't for some reason.
This medicine cabinet is stocked with drugs. A bright orange bottle with Preptide stamped on it. In sunny, happy letters. Jackpot, baby. That's the stuff you're looking for. Your palms begin to sweat just holding that little plastic container.
So exciting about this orange bottle.
It's speed, man. Just what you were looking for. They call it dextroamphetamine and talk about psychological disorders. But what we're seeing here is some scientifically advanced trucker speed.
Trucker speed.
Preptide, a euphemism for pharmaceutical amphetamine. Prescription speed.
The fuck are you waiting for? Let's get super fucking preppy.
Told Kim about it, -2. Okay. Anything else that's interfacing? I think it's just the gloves, which I guess makes sense.
This medicine cabinet, there it is. The orange sun wearing this. Silently, the bottle slides into your palm. Then, as you turn, into your pocket. Feels so sleek and beautiful. You got it. Here comes the afterburner. Time to become a super detective again, Harry. Just put it in your sweaty little hand now.
That's okay, I don't actually plan to use it. Reptide. Interesting. So that's how drugs work. So if you do a drugs build, you're constantly trading stats for temporary bonuses. And I'm guessing when you take the drug, it unlocks checks. Said before, I really like how they handle narcotics and, like, I guess alcohol in particular. This is the best game's treatment of alcohol that I've ever seen. Someone's watching you. That has been hastily made.
This window is pristine on the inside, unlike the one next to it.
I hear
light from the
detective
display
music
reflects off the glass in an untarnished golden halo. Smooth as ice. There are spots of mud and rain on the outside, even smudges. But the surface of the window is clear from the inside. No chips, no hairline fractures. Following your lead, the lieutenant leans in closer to inspect the surface.
This window was recently replaced.
Looks like it, yes.
You know which window has not been recently replaced?
What is this? Guilt now? The one I smashed in my room?
That one. Cold wind is seeping in right now. Just one floor below you. Messing up your concentration here. This window.
Menthol.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind raises them from the roof, picking them up in the air.
Discard chance.
The wind brushes them off the roof. They're gone.
I might want to re-roll that one because it seems weird that there are many checks that you can back out and change your equipment for it. And I went to all that trouble to buy those sneakers. I feel bad about getting the roll again. I should have just discarded the thought and then re-rolled to attempt it with the max gear equipment, but we'll see. I might not keep it. The only hand-eye thing I have is the sneakers anyway, right? I kind of wish this game had, use my words, XCOM RNG, where it was the same rolls in the same order. So, like, you could only really save scumming if you could get another roll to trigger somewhere else and then came back, so it would be too much trouble.
Just as you look at the flowers, a gust of wind...
Okay, I failed it anyway, so I'm happy to accept it. Just wanted to make sure I gave a chance to use my shoes there. Oh, I feel so dirty. Yeah, I think... I don't know. I would say, like, wouldn't it be good if it just automatically tried to give you the gear that was necessary for the check, but then it kind of, like, is beside the point, and then the negatives don't ever matter. So, I don't know. Because I think the negatives are great from, like, a flavor perspective. I think maybe having an optimized for check button, like Spiky was saying a while ago, would help. Because you're going to do it anyway, you know?
Welcome to the roof.
Her hair is still slick from the shower.
She reminds me a lot of Diane from Twin Peaks Season 3.
Below her silvery jumpsuit, an athletic young body, built long and lean.
I'm sorry for the mess down there.
Laura Dern.
The cleaning lady hasn't come by in days. I'm beginning to wonder if she ever will.
Nice view you've got here.
It's much nicer now.
Where the dead body used to hang, clearly visible from the roof, but no longer.
Thank you for that, officers. Truly.
There is something in her light brown eyes, a sadness, when she thinks about the death of that man.
Oh yes, legends of room number 1 have made their way around the building. They say a portal to hell has opened in there.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. That's true, yeah. Well, I like the idea of white checks. I like the idea of there's a check that you have to reattempt by raising a skill or getting another circumstance bonus. Like, I think that's might be... This game has a lot of genius to it, but like a mechanical genius that other games should borrow is that I might steal that the next time I do a tabletop RPG and be like, you know, you can only reattempt something, even if it's something that's trivial to reattempt, like picking a lock a second time. Like, we're not going to base it on whether or not there's time. You have to prove that the circumstances have changed in some way, right? You have a new idea. I'm sure that there are already tabletop systems that have that as an informal DM adjudication rule, but red checks are red because they have interesting failure states. Sure, it's not just that you miss out on content. Disco
they also
Infernum.
Say that's why the cleaning lady quit. Because of the Infernum.
She nods approvingly.
I'm Kim Kitsuragi. I'm a detective from Precinct 57. I believe you have already met my colleague from Precinct 41.
Have I ever? This is the biggest fan of ostentatious orchestrations I have seen in my life. And I have seen a few. Oh yeah. Life gets hard, but we go on.
The chorus of the 35 single, megaphoning the entire human race, instills you with the fuck it all swagger that prompts one to plow into grannies on your morning stroll.
There's a specific gift that's making me think of. I don't know if I can find it though. Maybe I'll search for it and post it in Discord later. Things are only getting easier for me. I'm a policeman.
Oh, I've got a couple of good years left on my warranty.
Miss, we are investigating the murder of the man down there. The people who put him there have asked us to talk to you.
Huh. I see.
What could she be thinking of? It's hard to say. Her shoulders are relaxed, her eyes on the cigarette.
I suppose that's fair. I'm all about the gaminess of it. Like, it's the perfect blend of it's video gamey, but it's also complicated enough that like you're being signposted not to worry about it too much, you know? Like, I think that's what makes this feel like... I'm wondering if this was just a visual novel and it didn't have checks at all, like, I think I would probably still enjoy it because it's really well written and really well voice acted. But with the kind of gamer that I am, like, I need to hold on to that, you know? It keeps me playing. Mechanic.
Klaasje Amandu.
Same name that Titus gave you. Like her accent, it sounds Oranese. Her birthmarks also signal Oranje. You don't know why, but Oranese girls tend to come speckled with them.
What do you do, miss? Or what do you do? What is your specialization?
Something stupid. Oranese lit. Oranese literature. It's what I studied at the university.
What is it
Fear of
about?
Failure, fear of death, how it sucks to be Oranese. All national literatures are... Only the name of the nation changes.
It is kind of a weird incentive to, like, hold checks in reserve, yeah.
If that's true, then Revacholian Lit would fit you like a glove.
I wonder if you could fix that by, like, every time you spend a learning point, it gives you a certain number of retries on all the skills of that category, and it just tracks those retries separately for each skill in the game. And it's effectively the same thing, but it doesn't have the wonk of not spending it in advance. But I guess if you're thinking of the abstraction of skill points, like, I suppose it makes sense that, you know, you wouldn't try to work on something until you know it's a problem. Wanting to RP, having one stat really high and rush that stat, you've lowered your chances of exceeding the checks for that stat later. Sure. Because you dumped a bunch of points into it. Like my first mistake spend on Encyclopedia. What do you do with it?
Nothing. I do nothing with it.
Cool. How do you make money then? Money is very important. Show her some money.
Cool. I've made more money by just being than I have with Oranese lit.
Being what?
Many things. A roller skating instructor, a secretary, Miss Oranje 37.
It's the world's most tired smile.
Take a look at your passport, please.
I'm afraid you can't, officer.
Why is that?
Because it's buried in a sealed plastic bag at an undisclosed location on the coast, along with cash and airline tickets.
Thank you for your candor. Why?
They say so in your tourist brochure. Keep travel documents away from your person when west of the river.
How do I know you've told us your real name?
If I were to lie to you, I would come up with a more mainstream name than Klaasje Amandu. It's a weird name.
She seems
that's a bummer, Yukipo. I think that was my one check that was like a 3% chance that I just nailed. I just got a double 6.
Okie dokie.
If any of this made her nervous, it certainly doesn't show in her expression or her movements.
How old are you?
I'm 28.
You from Oranje?
Right, sir. Vredefort, Republic of Oranje. I guess you could say I am an Oranese expatriate. A bad memory, officer.
The Republic of Oranje
Thanks,
is a
Encyclopedia.
democratic nation on the Muindi Isola, north of here, over the sea and across the Pale. It is one of the 6 major Occidental
nice.
nations to hold stake in the continued occupation of Revachol, the Coalition. People consider it a reasonable superpower.
Reasonable?
They will make you into a fiscal colony, divert your natural resources, hold patents and shares, but they won't threaten to wipe you out anytime, like Revachol did in its prime.
Understood,
It's the
miss.
past. People can't go back to the past.
Thankfully, it's implied.
The record. So official.
Nice room you've got
Yeah.
here.
It's pretty deluxe.
That window is
It
new.
is.
The lieutenant makes a note in his notebook. He finds the answer unsatisfying.
It is. What are you doing
I'm
here?
wintering.
How long have you been staying here?
About 4 months.
It's true.
I came in November.
The bills downstairs concur.
Right
Here
here.
in the Whirling, here in Martinez, or here in Revachol.
You're in
I always
Revachol.
wanted to see the only city in the world in the worst time of the year. It's a tourist thing.
This is by far not the only reason she's here, and she isn't really hiding it either.
I'm with
How long?
about
The bill.
here in the Whirling. Came to see the new world. It's a tourist thing.
This is by far not
There.
the only reason she's here.
What happened to
She
the old
isn't
New World?
overtly hiding.
It turned out to be a Zarath-infested third world slum.
Come on, encyclopedia, let's go. That's a noun.
Called Elysium,
Yes.
and it didn't. Even after the Mesk colonized it 7 ways from Sunday, it's an industrial powerhouse.
All right, we got to do the rest of the
How long?
options here.
The bills.
Here in the
Just in
Whirling,
case.
I heard this is where the washed-up disco has-beens go.
This is Sassy Town. It's where the future of dance lies.
If you say so, officer. If you say so.
You got sad all over the place.
Yeah. I've contaminated it pretty bad. The contamination spreads from room to room. First, I escaped upstairs. The sad got that too. Then I found the handle for the summer door.
What is the nature of this
For
contamination?
me, it's a mix of me with a lack of cleaning services. How about you? Talk around the establishment is, you have an industrial sad spill in there.
Somewhere below, military-grade SAD is dripping off the walls. You should say the first thing. It's honest. It will lead to introspection.
I love when they refer to the first thing. Something is bad in my head, in the past. I think it's the apricot thing.
That's where it always comes from, isn't it? From the head and from the past.
Light and filled with doom, gaseous, invisible, deadly.
Sounds like an advanced form of what I've got. With a bit of old love sprinkled on top.
Probably, yeah.
Love is terror.
Thanks, voice actress. Quite the collection of prescription drugs down there.
Thank you. I've put a lot of time and effort into it.
She says without any discernible irony. How did you amass such a
With
hoard?
money, sir. It's not exactly the anti-star size caboodle I intend for it to be one day, but it's getting there.
The anti-star is,
Hey.
or was, a Vespertine rock and roll star who liked to do drugs. He did so many drugs, he eventually mutated into a corpse.
Oh, I'm so glad that I picked it. Like the encyclopedia, emotions train or emotions roller coaster, right? Of you pick it and this is genius, and then you start getting encyclopedia pop-ups, and it's like, oh my god, I made a huge mistake. This is all useless information. And then wait, this useless information is awesome. And then now the useless information gives me experience points and money. I'm at an all-time high. It's great.
Comes in handy when you've done too many opioids.
Yeah, that's true.
Is that something that happens to you often, miss?
Yeah, if she says "fuck you, Harry," she's full Diane.
Better
Exactly.
safe than sorry.
I have to wonder if that's intentional. there's no way they're not David Lynch fans with a skill called Inland Empire and like the way this game is structured.
Oh, yes. One of my favorites. It cures many ailments.
I feel like this is a much better way to go about doing that, though, than... yeah, I like Deadly Premonition. It's great. It's Japanese Shenmue Twin Peaks, but it's like so on the nose sometimes. It's like, maybe I should just watch Twin Peaks.
Like not being able to stay up for 36 hours. Not being happy.
A one-int playthrough.
Ailments. It's just a merit speed molecule, basically.
Yeah, I was thinking that earlier. Like, I feel kind of bad. Like, it's sort of like when you look at the stats for what people play in Mass Effect, and it's like, okay, everybody plays a Paragon, and everybody plays a Vanguard, and the reason they pick Vanguard is because it has space magic and shooties, and those both sound interesting. They don't want to go full space magic. They want to keep some shooty, right? So I assume that a big chunk of people go the intellect route, or at least try not to make it their dump stat, because they're being told this is a detective game, right? Like, I'm guessing the number of people who have done an all physical, all drugs playthrough as their first playthrough is very small. Oh yeah, when I do my second playthrough, it's definitely going to be one int, all physical. It's going to be great.
Very funky.
Very funky.
Okay.
Watching herself reflected in the bedroom window, tall and sparkling and draped in smoke.
Yeah? Alright. It's a bit early in the morning for rape, isn't it?
She sounds positively buoyant, vivacious, totally unbothered.
It's not that early.
She looks around. The sun has risen over the sea. People are rushing to work below.
Nicer.
It is. It's murderously early. I'm amazed I'm awake. Why am I even awake?
So you weren't?
Yeah. I'm gonna go with not raped. I don't want to say that shit about him.
By him, she must mean the victim.
Tell them it's not my style. They'll have to, you know, if they want to jazz up the charges, they'll have to get someone more, rapeable.
By they, she means the Hardy Boys.
Are you saying that you were asked to tell us you were assaulted?
Not explicitly, but I understood what they meant. It wouldn't hurt to spice things up a bit. Some assault and battery. Sexual assault, maybe. It was clear the latter would be spicier.
When the 8th Hardy Boy was a mystery woman, I was pretty sure of my theory of the crime, but that kind of breaks it up. Was there a bullet in his head?
Bullet? They shot him too?
Okay, guess I'm wrong.
I'm not picking up on any theatrecraft here, sir. The pause is sincere.
They stripped his clothes.
They give you the +3 shivers thought because they want you to see how cool it is.
After they hanged him?
I'm confused, sorry.
So am I. Were you aware that he had also been shot, miss?
Yeah, the surds. Yeah, it makes me wonder if there's comparable thoughts that are only accessible. Like, can you get a +3 logic thought that you only get by having an ungodly high physical or something like that, you know?
Things are starting to go a little over my head here. I thought he was hanged. I was not present when they did it. I don't know what happened. I just know what they told me. And Sylvie, the bartender.
This is beginning to get confusing for you too, and we don't like that. Where was she last Sunday night?
Where were you when this happened?
Cowering. I was cowering downstairs with Sylvie.
I just asked you to spice things up for us?
Pretty much.
Warming them.
I'm 89% sure.
You're not entirely sure?
You know how it is.
Do you?
Do you?
Maybe you don't.
There are numerous cigarette burns on those silvery scales. Easy to see now that you're closer.
In conclusion, officer, I'm gonna go with a mild to medium not raped here. I'm sure there is one person in the world who does. I mean, there are so many people. But let me make this clear. The man who was hanged from that tree did not rape me.
The wording, the verbal eye roll. She's almost disgusted with the platitude you served up.
Sorry.
We partied.
Where have I heard that before? You mean like a birthday party? What kind of partying? Point to your face. The kind I do?
With all due respect, sir, I think we partied a little harder than that.
No one parties harder than me. Harder than this?
Oh, it is. You're still alive.
Still alive.
What did you do when you partied?
We drank, sir. A lot. For weeks, basically. We had that effect on each other. We made each other drink harder. That's why I liked him.
What else?
Stimulants. Speed also has that effect, making you drink harder. And then drinking harder makes you do more speed. It's quite the combination. We also had sex.
Feelings
A
involved?
little. The drugs were good enough, and we did enough of them.
How did you two meet?
Downstairs, at the bar. He was on some sort of assignment. A military man, as you probably know. Had a cool, scary scar.
When was this?
A month ago? Something like that.
It's been hard for you seeing him
yes.
there.
I've had a great view. From the roof, out of the bathroom window, in my dreams.
You called us, the RCM.
Yes.
Jackpot.
That was you?
And I would appreciate it if you didn't tell everyone. In Martinez, they call it snitching.
Reporting crimes is confidential in Ravachol, miss.
It's snitching, then why do
Because
it?
I couldn't handle it anymore. None of these people called. He just kept hanging there. Then they started stripping him.
Tearing off his armor, demeaning him, throwing rocks at him.
I didn't exactly disguise it. I just muffled the mic and nicked the landline a little.
Nicked it?
With nail clippers. And I diverted some radio fuzz into the cold wire.
So, she's Scott's mystery phone cutter.
In the process, you broke the landline downstairs.
Did I? Fuck. I didn't mean to. I had no idea what I was doing.
Accidentally.
Jigsaw falling into place. This is satisfying. Good catch. I appreciate the symmetry.
Thank you, Logic.
Still, that's pretty clever tampering. Simple and clever. Crossing the lines like that.
You had some idea. That was nifty.
Thanks.
She looks a bit like a little girl who's just been complimented on her bike repair skills.
It's a great line. So, I have never noticed the yellow check, like, chair shifting noise. And I think it's because every time it's triggered, Andrea has been in the house with me. And I've assumed that she's just walking around somewhere, coming down the stairs. And now that she's not here, it's like driving me nuts every single time.
No, sir.
Did I lock the door?
Stupid.
Why would there be someone in here? It doesn't make any sense.
I was probably afraid the Union was listening in. Locals say they have ears in the wires.
We played some video game a while ago where part of the soundtrack, there was a song that had a sound that sounded almost exactly like our doorbell, and it was doing the same thing to me.
Thank you for making the call, miss. It was the right thing to do.
I didn't want to, sir. But if I hadn't, he'd still be hanging there.
Name, eyes.
I'm sorry, I can't do it. Not right now. Later, maybe. I keep seeing him. Like he is now. I can't talk about his, I don't know, hair.
I know it's difficult, miss. We can return to it later.
She meant she sees him in her dreams.
I've also seen him in a dream.
You have? Not like I do, I imagine.
I see him as me.
She fishes a cigarette out of her pack and lights it, then looks at you with her lungs full of smoke.
I can see the similarity, yes.
Funny.
Funny how?
Nothing. I also saw him. We had a long inspection and that sort of thing sticks with you. Let's
Interesting. What did they hang him for?
He had something to do with the strike. One has been roiling since I got here. Rotten timing. But you probably know all about it.
And his role in this strike was what?
I think he was in a security detail. He was ex-military, worked for Wild Pines, and against the Union. We didn't discuss work much, if you know what I mean. But I understood it was dangerous.
And they lynched him for it?
She nods.
How do the Hardy Boys know you?
They're frequent guests downstairs. They have a booth for Union members. They're probably down there now.
How'd you meet?
Over drinks. It's been a long, boring winter.
Did you party?
A little, yeah.
Like you partied with the deceased?
No, not as hard.
I'm sorry to have to ask this, but have you had a physical relationship with any of the Hardy Boys?
I have.
Which one?
Which ones, sir? I don't remember precisely. Titus, obviously. But as I said, it's been a long winter.
Thank you for telling us this, miss.
She breathes a silvery sigh of relief and weariness. The air on the roof feels humid.
Should we head by downstairs, officer? We may have things to discuss there.
Where we go, little
She
thing.
nods. Silvery cigarette fumes disappear into her mouth.
Fusion about the bullet. Oh, the die. Nice.
Why not? I'll be here until 11 p.m., drinking coffee, most likely.
Volition, you say? Dang, I could have sworn I had something I gave Volition. There it is. Have anything penalizing it? Oh yeah, and the neck pie does too. Okay.
Hello, officer?
Soft,
Yay.
light brown eyes look back at you, directly into the space behind your eye sockets. You see the smoke rise from between her painted red lips. She's beautiful. I have bad news for you. You know these guys? Who? Me? Yes, you. He's talking about you, you boring stiff.
This is great.
You too. Me? What did I do? I'm merely a master thespian.
Incredible.
These guys are compromised. She's got them singing along to her tune. The little bleeps and bloops you trust for info, you can't trust them anymore.
Oh my god.
Believe it.
Which ones exactly are affected?
There's no way of knowing. At the moment, I'm afraid it's best to assume.
This is fucking great.
All of them.
All of them?
Bullshit, man. I ain't compromised. Especially that guy. That guy's the most compromised one in here. No fucking way, man. I just want a drag of that sweet menthol Ziggy. Really? Quick. Tell me what's under her jumpsuit. Glory. Truth. Softness. Protect her. She wants you.
This is fucking great. Oh, this is so good. How did this happen?
How it always does. Through subtlety. There's nothing you can do about it. You are how you are, and she is how she is. Things will go as they do.
Can't you turn them normal again?
No.
What use is this then?
It's better to know you're being played than to be played without knowing it, is it not?
I keep wanting to say this is the coolest skill check in the game, but there's been so many of those. Like, it's not fair to rank them. This is a really cool skill check.
Yes. Mr. Thespian here has been singing paeans to how truthful she is. She is a lady, most fair and just. In his defense, to reduce him to such inadequacy, she probably had to employ half-truths more often than outright lies. That is correct. And omissions too.
Can I trust that guy?
A little. They're all still of limited use, interpreting things to the best of their ability. Maybe they add flair or something. I wouldn't know. I don't add flair.
Thank you, Volition.
But when it comes to assessments of character and factual accuracy, they are not to be trusted. Not with her.
Trust any of them ever again?
Don't be melodramatic. You can trust them. Just not with Miss Orange Disco Dancer here. A light green speck and imperfection on the outer rim of her right iris. It sparkles.
What's her plan?
You can't draw a sound conclusion. The one who usually does says, She may want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to this case.
I love
You doubt
how...
it's something truly insidious.
Holy shit. Okay, hold on. The game got me. I'm so happy. Okay, like... So not only were all of the skills telling me, you know, hey, your theory of the crime that he tried to rape her and she shot him and then got scared, and then the Hardy Boys came and pretended to hang him to cover for her, and then all said, hey, we did it. Like, I was just willing to let that theory go, even though it seemed pretty strong. Not just because of the skills, but because of her voice performance. Which was very like matter of fact, and the narration around it was very matter of fact. So I think that's it again. But I love that not only did like the character fall for it in the universe, but I also fell for it as the player. That's fucking great.
See? It's oddly moderate. Probably compromised.
Incredible. She want to control the information rollout, not to become a suspect. She may have a past she's escaping, unrelated to the case. You doubt it's something insidious. See? Logic is being moderate.
Don't worry. It's only been 4 or 5 seconds. You've got this.
Miss, are you manipulating me?
The silence broken. She exhales a little cloud of smoke and says,
God, no.
Great.
Looks like we have more to discuss with those so-called Hardy Boys. Half their reasoning just went out the window. Nothing will make them respect the RCM, but it will disrupt the game they prepared for us. We just stripped off one layer of whatever it is. Her decision to not corroborate their story was definitely not part of the plan.
Why did she tell us all that?
What else could she have done? Lie? She saw there was no way to lie and get away with it.
Sure, she had to lie. I wouldn't have known. I have reason to doubt my ability to see through her lies.
If you, then me. It was a smart move from her.
Whisper, I know she's manipulative.
So you said to her, what did you mean by it?
She has half my skill set compromised, singing her tune. My assessments of her are untrustworthy.
She seemed forthcoming to me. Unusually so. Being forthcoming with some things is a good way to obscure other things. But I wouldn't call myself compromised.
Perhaps that's because you are?
I'm not easily swayed by young women. But on the other hand, the best liars are candid. And she was candid.
The lieutenant seems oddly sure he is not compromised. Not psychologically, at least. Is it hubris?
Anyway, we should move. I suspect our investigation will bring us back soon enough.
That's interesting. That's fucking interesting. How's my, underground thing going there? Okay.
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight.
Where does this lead
I don't
to?
know, Lieutenant Yefreiter. It is not the first closed door we found in this building. There is also your mysterious blue kitchen door. I don't know. The further we get, the more this building seems to be tied to the case.
Below, the hostel cafeteria creaks and groans under your added weight. A skeleton of composite support beams and cantilevers. A dull thump. Somewhere inside, a wind brace rattles from the imperceptible motion of the building.
The vigilantes, the cadaver, and a number of people connected to the case are in or around this building. This door is part of it. It's not unimportant.
The main investigation and the door below are merging into a stereo investigation. I could say something, but I'm not going to, because I don't gloat. No, let's gloat.
I hate it when that happens.
Oh, what a great reply.
It's barred from the inside. You hear the bar rattle in the brackets. Sounds like it's heavy, too. Very sturdy. Must be something valuable inside to go through the trouble of protecting it.
I'm gonna hurt myself trying this.
Indeed.
I think I have a decent number of things for physical instruments. -2 physical instruments. Oh no, they're both the same slot. Ah! Kills me. Nothing else I have equipped is penalizing it, right?
The same small, heavy door. No lock in sight. You kick it, gung-ho style. Entering the premises style. But the door fails to respect the force. All you hear is the bar rattling inside, laughing at you.
All right, let's trash the place.
Let's not.
Hello, not my favorite topic, but okay.
Bullet?
I'm not picking up on any theater craft.
The pause is sincere.
You mean?
So I kind of want to do this again and...
Things are starting to go a little over my...
This is beginning to get confusing for you too, and we don't like that.
For you when this happened.
I was cowering down. How about we...
Just assume everything she said is the opposite of what the skill check told me. Okay, I'm back to my theory of the crime then. I think that's right. What a cool volition check, though.
This window.
Really like that you're doing detective work song. It sounds so serious. Is it supposed to be like messy or something? I guess she has some clothes on the ground. You should see our house. Haven't talked to these guys in a while.
Again? I can't believe this shit. I'm going to say, God fucking...
None of this. Okay, I was clearly wrong. He is a
firefighter, male nurse. More things to talk to everybody about, but...
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now? Again? Yeah, whatever. Fuck! I knew that fucking whore couldn't be trusted.
For the record, Titus Hardy did not explicitly specify the victim as a whore, nor did he say anything about trusting her.
Well, I think this is part of the play, right?
Oh, shut up and stay out of this, Liz. He raped her. He was out of his fucking mind. You have no idea.
She's just in denial, asshole. You don't understand the traumatic experience. She's shutting down, and she doesn't fucking trust you.
Yeah, she's crazy, you know. A crazy bitch. You know the type. She's fucked up.
I like how they've given you so much reason to think these guys are idiots, which they are, but...
Stay on track.
In this case, they happen to be right. Broken clock, something, something. She was very lucid.
Lawman, I'm at the end of my goddamn rope with you. I fucking told you not to push her, and you went and pushed her. I am gonna fucking...
Titus Hardy! Everett personally sent me to take care of this. If this goes south, we'll all be in the shit. But you, Titus Hardy, are going to be buried. Am I understood?
When she's angry, she emphasizes the S. It gives her voice a strangely hypnotic quality. Her lips barely move as she speaks. Frankly, it's a bit terrifying. Someone has to rush in to break the tension. The second in command.
Look, Copper. We know that fuck was a rapist and a killer. We got him confessing to it on tape. Show it to him, T. What's the harm, right?
Here, jerkwad. Listen to this shit. And then come back and tell me the soldier of the apocalypse was an innocent man.
This is their last play, this tape. Their story is in tatters, a mess. It might be nice to listen to, but at this point, you don't need to.
What's on this tape?
What's on it? We call it the Dorgun a mega mix. You'll know why. Won't you listen to it?
Why should I care?
You don't care about evidence. The fuck are you a cop for, then?
Pigs, T. They don't care about getting the truth. They care about getting convictions. They are fucking keeping a score on their bulletin boards.
I won't be on your bulletin board. If you don't listen to the tape, we got nothing to talk about.
There's a lot of questions. If you ask them now, they'll just keep bringing up the tape. Listen to it, and they'll have nothing to hide behind.
Don't forget your tape, lawman. Compliments of Titus Hardy. You do that. Oh, and keep it. Maybe you'll need a reminder of human ugliness someday.
Well, I got a boombox. According to the Mercenary Task Force, radio communications recorded via de-encryption station.
The portal reel is just what you needed. The reels attach to the apparatus with a satisfying click. The tape is rooted behind the magnetic reader.
That's interesting. So I needed to buy the boombox. So even though I don't need money for staying here anymore, I do need it for other things.
This isn't Revachol. This is a fucking village. I can almost see the elephants.
The harbor. That's the son of a Kvalson crane.
He's right.
When this shit is done, I'm gonna tear that place up. Soldier of the Apocalypse style. Kill shit. Dogs and chickens too. Gonna run a room, Cordy. A real nice room. I don't give a shit. I'm fucking done. I'm done mentally. I'll fucking do them all in. Rape that disco cunt on the counter. You know, the dance a whore upstairs. Do it Kohoi style. Never did get that taste out of my mouth.
The lieutenant presses the button marked Arete on your portal reel. The tape stops spinning.
At the very end, silence?
End of recording.
What do you think?
It seemed authentic enough. Probably recorded off the shortwave, then edited to seem more incriminating. He sounded like he was on patrol around the harbor walls.
He also sounded inebriated.
There's more going on here than we know.
It seemed still.
There's more.
shoot.
It seemed still.
Shoot,
There's
no.
It seemed
Sorry,
authentic
second
enough.
one.
Indeed, but
Look of
There's
suspicion.
more going on here than we know.
Okay, nothing new from that. Who's
one
Cordy?
of the other mercenaries, I think. The one he was talking to. A friend of his. A village on the Samaran Isola.
There we
in South
go.
Safra.
Encyclopedia.
Grad committed war crimes there. The kind of thing he talks about.
The South Safre conflict is an ongoing proxy war between Grad and Safre. It has been hot for 12 years, with the atrocities piling on, mostly committed by the Grad.
I assume that he wasn't there, but he knows
Who
of it.
knows? Maybe the tattoos would have an answer. Or maybe Kohoi is just merc talk for atrocity, slaughter.
A symbol of soldier of the apocalypse style conduct in a civil environment.
I think we've got a few more questions for Klaasje, don't you? This seems to contradict her testimony, at least to some degree.
I would agree.
The clowns are still hanging around. What is it now?
Listen to the tape.
Smart boy. You go do that.
So, this is a spoiler, but I guess I'm okay with knowing it. Or maybe if you guys decide not to tell me, you can tell me in the credits. Is it possible to let the body go without finding out about the bullet? Like, are you forced to find out by some means? Like, do you get a... Like, when you call it in, do you get a call back saying that, hey, we did a full autopsy and we found this thing? Reminds me, I need to call in to see if we have any updates on the make and model of the armor. I'll do that after I talk to her. Although maybe having the information will help. Interesting. Okay. That's the only reason that I have a complicated theory of the crime. If I hadn't have found that bullet, or I didn't get all the other skill checks that suggested that there was something in his mouth, I would have just, like, taken it at face value. Okay, that's fair, Yukubo. Thanks.
Officer, it's a fine day for questions.
She puts her coffee cup down with a soft ring as the porcelain meets the metal table. This does not surprise her.
Did he? I never said he was a good man, or that he had good intentions. Only that he was never bad to me.
She doesn't care. If anything, she sounds amused.
Just assume the inverse of all of these.
Where did they get this recording exactly?
It's intercepted radio chatter of the deceased, recorded via a de-encryption station. It's authentic enough.
Does he say he's gonna do it Soldier of the Apocalypse style?
Those are the exact words he used?
Yeah. That was practically his pickup line. Did he say whores a lot? Was he pretty much on the verge of doing it Kohoi style? He wasn't actually there. He didn't do a tour, or at least didn't tell me he did. Would have been overkill anyway. He lived his own little Kohoi. It wasn't his everything.
He was trying to scare people?
No. I'm pretty sure he did all those things. And then had to internalize them to keep on living. Until they just sort of turn into his, what's the word I'm looking for?
She's quite observant about the human character. Trained to observe, even.
Running joke. I was gonna say running joke. And it sounds like you didn't even get the good bits. Lely's punchlines got way, way funkier than that. He was like the Seminoles conflict, the Kohoi massacre, and the 36 famine in Yezud all rolled into one person, then cast in Orani ceramic armor, which he wore in bed and in the shower.
When he said he was done, and done mentally, it didn't sound like a joke. It sounded like a deeply troubled man.
Uh-huh. I like that you get the volition check, but then you still can't do anything about it, right?
Well, maybe I pieced him back together with my magical personality.
Aren't you afraid?
Afraid of what? That tape the Hardy Boys recorded? Your mother probably never told you this, but girls are evil. Had I the physical robustness and social support, I'd be in Kohoi. I would be tearing it up Soldier of the Apocalypse style.
Did he tell you he had actually done any of those things? Here in Martinez, I mean?
No. We were too busy laying waste to our own nervous systems to direct any of the fury outward. He seemed happy, I guess. At ease. As much as a man like him could be.
What kind of man was he? Before you go, ask for details. She seems okay to talk about it.
Thank you for clearing that up, miss. Whenever you're ready. I'm interested to hear what Titus Hardy has to say now.
She takes a very small sip of her coffee and smiles.
Tell us more about the victim.
Like, for example, his name?
Actually, officer, I didn't know his name. I just called him Lely.
A nickname?
I guess. He came from Lelystad. It's short for that. And it was his army name, apparently. He said his real name wasn't his. I tried to pry it out of him, but it was no use.
Lelystad. That's a good start. We have a few questions you can help us with. A few things a field autopsy alone can't answer.
The young woman cranes her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of the page the lieutenant passed to you. On it is a list of autopsy observations recorded neatly in blue ink.
An extremely specific season 3 Twin Peaks scene that I feel like they're directly referencing with that.
The last missing pieces of a puzzle of flesh.
Okay, let's go down the list.
In Oranje, officer. It's, I think municipality is the term. A nowhere town there.
The Lelystad municipality has few boroughs and even fewer cities. It's made of agricultural plots near the border of Gottwald. Executive summary: cows, silos, and wheat.
You are almost right, officer. That means his race was occidental, not mondial. I'll update the form.
It's basically just this character, and it's making it work better for me, actually. Getting the benefit of like crafting that onto her. You're both from Oranje?
Yes. We were compatriots.
Did that bring you together?
No. He was too old for that. And from another part of Oranjenrijk. I didn't even understand his accent. What brought us together wasn't Oranje. It was bad habits.
No love for Mother Oranje. But wasn't he a soldier? This could be worth pursuing.
No. He left the National Service after they taught him to do what he did on Seminine. He wasn't the flag-waving kind. He was the making money, killing people kind. He was by no means a stupid man. A people person. A small platoon leader. Certainly not a patriot.
You don't seem like much of a patriot yourself.
Mm-hmm. There is nothing on Muindi. The old, old world is dead, and we both knew it. Maybe Oranje did bring us together. In loathing. I love Revachol, though. I hope she loves me, too.
How old was he?
He was 42.
42? Are you sure? I would have had him above 50.
He had many scars that made him appear older. But no, we even celebrated his birthday, like, some weeks ago. It was a funny 2 days. He had little reason to lie to me.
Looks like you were right, officer.
I forgot about that. Yeah, I made that call, didn't I? Taps on his notebook as though assigning some kind of point. Or not to mention it.
The young woman looks at you, then the lieutenant, then you. She's clearly sensing something. A spike in testosterone levels, perhaps.
Uh-huh. His eye color?
Light blue. They were like little blue galaxies, you know? It was strange, seeing those eyes in his fucked up face. Pardon the swearing. I do him an injustice. He wasn't ugly. And he had a beautiful, soft voice. Very surprising, what with all the scarring. It was quite something, watching him speak.
He had a combat wound on his chin and mouth?
Yes. Severe. It made him look like half his face was cracking away in some strange smile. That and those eyes.
Ah, yes. His hair, if you can remember?
It was light brown, almost blonde. He darkened it with brilliantine, made it oily. Not nice to stroke. I couldn't convince him to leave it alone.
I said to put it on the forum. Do I get a point? I too have stroked his hair.
Isn't it? We have that in common now.
She understands what autopsies entail. It doesn't get her off balance.
No.
But I put it down there. Point to the red autopsy slip.
Okay, sure. Here you go. What else are we missing, officer?
I love that it gives me the XP as though that's a point. It's great. He had a tattoo.
Oh, that.
It was a map of his service history?
Sure. Service history. It was mostly for showing off to chicks, though.
How so?
How? Imagine him lying in bed. Freakish musculature laid out on the sheets. Scarred, of course. Tattooed. The sheets are dirty for some reason.
Is this Orani's lit?
Is this Orani's lit?
Yes. This is the very essence of Orani's lit. A moment's respite. Dark and hopeless as the struggle itself. He's smoking and drinking, of course. And his chest and shoulders and arms are studded with stars. Tens, hundreds of them. Maybe even thousands. And the woman goes like, "What was this, baby?" And he says, "That was too hardcore. Don't ask me about that." So she goes, "Okay, but what's this, baby?" And he's like, "Saw some bat shit there. Killed some loincloths." And so it goes. Star after star. Port after port. Third world country after third world country. And he's done horrible things in every single one of them.
I think what makes this interesting is I don't think that she's like completely lying. Like I think she did have a consensual relationship with this guy.
Oh yeah. No thank you. I've seen enough of him.
That makes it scarier.
I can tell you what they meant without looking at them.
Go on.
He was a blue-eyed boy with thick arms, from a small town. He was also poor, and the government of Orania needed some people killed, so they turned him into a grotesque killer. For money. He went to Killer Academy in Vredefort. Then he killed some people in the Seminine Islands. And on other islands, too. All of the islands. After this, he came to Revachol and got killed himself.
Thank you for clearing that up.
Change of topic, perhaps?
Not quite. Did he enjoy his death?
Why do you ask?
It came to me in an occult vision.
What?
Everything
Oh
checks
shit.
out here.
I skipped
It's all
something.
A-okay. Good answer.
Well, it's wrong. He had too many drinks to down and too many bad things to do. Couldn't tap out just yet. Everything checks out. It's a-okay. Good answer. But we know she lied.
Why do you ask? Wow. A mystic. How intriguing. I have no doubt this is all adequate and true. I do not doubt the signs, but maybe you're interpreting them wrong? He enjoyed life, you see. A little too much, if anything. Up to the point where other people had to pay for it.
Everything checks out here. It's all A-okay. Good answer.
Love to him in?
It very well could be, yes.
What do you mean?
What do I mean? I have no idea. I don't even know what you mean. Love did him in? What does that mean?
He told me.
That's not funny, officer.
Her voice is like a slash through the air. Her shoulders tense up. There. She momentarily lost control over straight back guy. It appears that she feels guilty.
Do you feel guilty?
Of course I do. I'm hungover. I feel guilty about everything.
Do you feel guilty about what happened to him?
Among many other things, yes. I could have done something. There's always something he can do, right?
I'm like 99% sure that she shot him.
Else.
What is this? An interrogation? You didn't tell her this was going to be an interrogation.
Good for you.
What do you think it will tell us?
I don't know how a semen sample works, officers. How many days after intercourse does it have to be? I don't even know if he had sex with someone else. We didn't go steady.
Is she avoiding anything? Technically not.
Technically not.
Technically not. Come on, man. Listen, you can't trust them. It's just you and me.
Volition's so great here.
All right.
Coolly, gracefully, she pours herself more coffee.
Hey, thought.
Call the Mama Dakwa.
Ah, yes. This one.
It's not only your eardrums that register sound anymore. Your very skin has become an organ of hearing. Looking for a whisper, light and low. A god who's very, very silent. Nothing escapes you. A cockroach in the other room, a candy wrapper falling on dry grass, a drunk falling from a chair in a bar 20 meters away.
1 second.
In fact, you haven't heard the Col du Mama
I have to think about a magical bird.
Discovered that you have amazing hearing. It must be the only part of you the alcohol hasn't drowned out. Keep listening.
And I'll take the -1 encyclopedia penalty. I mean, I think that my current glasses are +2 encyclopedia, -1 perception. Yeah, and my encyclopedia is so high that...
Stop. That man, bloated beyond all recognition, was 42.
That's what she said.
Below the damage, the weeks of decomposition, all the swollen indignity of morality. He was 42 years old. How old are you? That's where this is going. 45,000 liters of raw alcohol has left its disfigurements. What lies beneath, you wonder? You could ask either one of them.
How old do you think I am? How old do I look?
58. Actually,
You're
you
probably
made that 54. Alcoholism had severely impacted your appearance, and I was wrong about the age of the deceased.
So good to play an old protagonist for once.
This requires scientific measurements.
Not afraid of the
The
truth.
laboratorium.
Hey, date of birth generator. Wonderful. All right, I have 3 minutes left before the VOD goes over time for YouTube, so I'm going to head downstairs, put myself in front of Titus. Future Marstead, you got stuff to do with Titus. Try to focus on the case today if you can. You've done a lot of distractions yesterday, and there's a lot to do now with the case. Other things to do, obviously check your quest log. You didn't do that today. Go to the car to call in about the guy's boots identification. Go down into the doomed commercial area basement and try to find out more about the RPG. Maybe buy some more dice because you're flush with cash and you want to buy those early so that the time can tick down for them. Double check your thoughts. Maybe have room for the one you just unlocked. And I think that's it. Oh yeah, we also have to find the... there's a library and we have to talk to the guy's wife. Although she's missing now, so... Whatever you do, Future Marstead, definitely read the journal, which you didn't do today. So sit and just look through everything and then try to make a personal priority of where to go. Yeah, we've got the other computer on the list there.